Hello and welcome back to Off the Beaten Quest. There's a lot of D&D podcasts out there, but you tuned into this one, and we are right twice a day. We are going to be getting back into it with our adventurers. Last we left them, we found a way to contact Elliana, who's stuck in a place between worlds by Thanatura, who's also holding Flossidus captive. And after learning she's stuck in a repeating loop of things in her village's history, she's working through a way to escape somehow while not running out of petals on the flower that she's holding. As the group is also potentially running out of time. Meanwhile, they're on their way to take her body to Luwere, where they will hopefully find an attempt to reach her or some way to bring her back. And this is where we rejoin our fearless adventurers on their journey as they have stopped to make camp as the day has turned to night. So, without further ado, let's get into tonight's episode of Off the Beaten Quest. So, on that coughing note, we are back, and what is it that you are doing as you all make camp?
Is Luwere going to make his tiny hut?
Yes.
How does he make his tiny hut?
Okay.
Jax is going to start a fire at the...
Is Jax making dinner?
Sure, can. You can try.
Dang. I mean, I don't know. He's just gonna make his tiny hut like he always has. Every time he set it up, just making it, just building it up.
How does
Takes him 10
Elliana
minutes.
look after like the journey? Just kind of like the same.
It's pretty much about the same.
The same
Level of like unconscious, like
Okay.
just kind of.
Not looking any worse.
No, not really. It's kind
Okay.
of at the it's at the point where, she's consistently just kind of at like a constant state of the way her body is at the moment.
She's consistently not okay.
Yes, that is valid.
At least it's consistent.
He's Dawn cold.
I mean,
would
you can
imagine
set
that I
her
would be.
down. You don't have to hold her the whole time.
No. I'm concerned. And I have no magical powers. So, I'm going to hold her.
Okay.
How are you gonna eat?
I mean, I will set her down, but I meant like the duration of this
Oh.
journey, I have not let go. I imagine I am a little bit chala.
Ira has a question for Dawn. Have you ever ridden a horse before today?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah. I've lived in this plane timeline for like several years, so yeah.
Okay.
Not a lot, I will say.
I just had a mental
didn't have
image of Dawn just like holding Elliana and just like very just like haphazardly like just hanging on.
She's got amazing thighs, thank you. She can hold on to the horse. They're like a fourth of my body.
I mean, they say thick thighs save lives.
I got you, Elliana. My thick thighs will save your life.
Okay.
Yeah?
Well then.
You're not falling off a
All
horse today.
So what is everybody doing amidst like setting up camp and kind of in this whole scenario?
Verity is gonna immediately go to sleep
Okay.
because she is extremely tired and exhausted.
Yeah, to get rid of those levels of exhaustion. Yeah, I can vouch for that.
How many? Do you have 3 or 2?
I have 2 right now.
Yeah, which is like a -4 to rolls. So
Oof,
Yeah, for everything.
She's like, I don't want to make any more choices. They will not be good.
I'm more concerned about losing control too. That wouldn't be
That's
fun,
True. That's true.
especially on the journey there. So, she sleep.
Okay, so Verity is going to sleep. What is everybody else doing?
Ira is gonna go over to Luwere.
Yes.
Do you need any help setting up the tent, or you got it? Or excuse me, your tiny hut.
You can call it whatever you want to call it. I mean, if you're offering, like, you know, I won't say no.
Okay.
I
What
appreciate it.
What do you need?
I would imagine it's like setting up like a tent in a way, like how you're like when you're camping. So you got to set up like you got to put the stakes in the ground, and you got to put the.
Oh, so you're building. You're not going to use the spell slot for it. You're like building it.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
like I'm taking the like amount the normal
The
amount
10
of
minutes.
time, not an
Cool.
advanced amount. We're not in a rush to build this thing. We're just taking our time, chillaxing. So
Okay.
putting up like the parts, like the supports, like the support bars for like the sides of the hut.
Has Ira ever put up a tent before?
Oh.
I mean,
Lukiel asks, you ever done something like this before?
so normally under normal circumstances, this would be a like sleight of hand or a history check, but you're going to need to make an arcana check because this is a spell and is a ritual to cast the spell amidst this metaphor of pitching the tent.
True.
But has Ira ever pitched a regular tent before?
Right.
I guess we can find out
That's
both.
the question. I want to use a dice that is known to not roll well because I want this to be fun. Of course, you would roll a 19 this time. It's a 26.
Okay. So is
Dang
that
it.
is that the arcana or the history check?
It's the same modifier. It's both. It's a
So
plus
which-
7 on both.
So which one are you doing? Because you're going to need to roll for the other one. So,
Let's say history,
okay.
and then roll a second for.
I would say in part of your adventure and training, you learned how to like make camps and things like that. So
I do another one.
yes, you need to make an arcana check now because you're helping him with the spell, theoretically.
17.
Okay. Equally proficient because like you cast spells as a paladin, so
Yeah.
you're kind of used to both. A little bit more used to the nature side of things versus the bard spell casting, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't make things worse.
Yeah.
So, Lukiel, tell me where to be, what to do. I don't know what to do.
I
I do know what to do, but
guess we'd probably stand on like start from like opposite side. Well, have I ever built a tent? We'd start like just kind of like sleeving in like the like kind of plastic and like metal like support rods for like the the exterior to keep the walls like held up in place, and like stoke like a like the part that's like in the middle of it so like holds up like the tent shape.
Ira's gonna let Alyer out,
Inside of the hut. Okay.
Okay.
and I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Can I ask a favor?
Oh yeah. Oh, what's up?
Can you fly right there? And she's pointing to like the top of like the fabric of the hut. Can you just hold that up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
So it's not gonna fall over.
Okay. Oh, so that we have like the middle point and then the outside, like okay, I see
Yeah.
what you. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie. This is a very interesting way to do a bardic spell ritual.
This is
Sure is.
so funny. I love it. I've never seen someone like make a like physical tent using this spell, and it's awesome. Like I
Yeah.
fucking love the flavor on this.
Yeah. So
We do it fine, I guess,
Yeah.
right?
without
I
issue.
guess you
We
could,
don't get in a
I
fight.
guess it could either be a sleight of hand or a performance check to see how well you do, but I would think it's sleight of hand because you guys are doing stuff with, or a dexterity check. But
Well,
I guess-
all three of those are different.
for again, let's do Arcana because this is also at its core a spell.
Am I doing this check too, or am I? Is this?
Yes. That way we can see if it's a good hut or a shitty hut.
Oh. It almost rolled to a nat 20,
it still
but it
works
landed.
the same. But
It
it's
still
just
works
like-
the same. It just looks like shit.
It almost rolled to a nat 20, but it landed on a 2. So
Well, I rolled for a total of 22.
Okay.
Good.
So I guess combined with her help, it looks like a normal, like feasible tent. Yeah. There's no weird shapes to it and bends.
you said it was Arcana.
Yeah.
Oh. pff. Oh, so then plus 2. So it'd be 4.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
okay.
You almost flubbed it up, but she helped. And
I'm like, how? It's my spell. Like, what the fuck? How do I flow up my own spell?
because you're not used to having somebody else help you.
Yeah.
I'm like getting like
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
I wouldn't say it's not performance anxiety, but it's like being like when someone's like hovering over you and you're like yeah,
Almost
just
like
like
micromanaging.
yeah.
Even though she's not micromanaging,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Okay.
Lukeel's just used to doing things alone. So it's like when it's
You know, it's kind of funny because I'm also playing Jax, and that the weird connotations to this like tiny hut business and the way you're phrasing it would theoretically make Jax jealous, but it's funny.
damn. What?
Just the way you were saying it. It was funny.
Saying what?
Oh, the fucking performance.
The performance anxiety. And that
Oh,
he's not used to having somebody help him.
damn.
That's why
Get your
it's
mind
funny.
out of the gutter, DM.
Listen, it was already put there under the tiny hut preface a long time ago. Speaking of which, go ahead and Elliana, roll a d20 in this, please.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm not going to use this dice. This is for my other druid in a different campaign, and I don't want to use that.
So specific.
Okay.
Okay, you can take it back.
Okay.
I always forget to retrieve my dice.
Okay, so Dawn, Jax is cooking. They're making the hut for like 10 minutes. What are you doing?
I'm sitting by the fire, holding Elliana, lightly cradling and rocking,
Okay.
excited for dinner, but mainly just concerned. She's pretty anxiety ridden.
Okay. All right. Well, Jax finishes cooking, and let me make a performance. Maybe sleight of hand. Yeah. Okay, so that's a 15. So with some things that he picked up from a general store, kind of previously, like just having like some fruit with that usually typically gives to Oyer and stuff like that, kind of have some in his pack. He makes a he takes a little bit of cooking oil and makes a reduction with some blueberries and apples, and it makes like kind of like a reduction that he mixes with some rehydrated jerky and some of the nuts from the rations, whipping up the magic that he usually does, and it essentially is this kind of almost like you've been at like a restaurant where it's like kind of like the like cashew crusted like fish or steak or something like that. It's kind of like that. Obviously it's very much like steak frites because it's thin steak or like pieces of jerky that are like rehydrated, and it has that like fruit reduction kind of over the top of it. It gives it kind of like a citrus kind of sweet taste to it as well amidst the texture of the crunch. And
that's why I was hyped. Jax was making dinner.
pays off. Pays being a cook for the years that I was.
Did Verity ever tell anyone if she wanted us to wake her up for food?
No, she just went straight to bed.
Okay. It's a good thing they don't track hunger on the character sheets.
I mean, she was pretty exhausted. I can't blame her.
Yeah, I mean, she's
Even if
basically
we
been up for,
tried
like,
to wake
2
her up,
days.
probably wouldn't have worked. God, 2 days.
I thought she was
Yeah.
going to fall off the horse.
It's essentially the equivalency of like almost like
Like 48 hours.
like over 48 hours, because essentially it was one day of no sleep, and then it went to the next day, but then was interrupted in the middle of the night to be up for longer, going
Woof.
straight into the town. So essentially, yeah, so it's like 2.5 days.
I feel like that's almost worse than not getting a full night's rest. You're like woken up in the middle and then you can't go back to bed.
Yeah. Okay, so he kind of divvies out the food, so everybody can kind of eat, and so yeah, so everybody's kind of around the fire, eating.
Is Lukiel excited for the super fancy steak dinner?
If you say anything but yes right now.
He's like, okay, yeah, this will be good. I'm for this. This is cool.
You gonna plan a boys' night part 3?
Where are they going to
Jax's
go?
place.
Yeah, I don't know if we're really.
Jax is cooking. That's what I mean.
There's not really opportunity for us to have another boys' night yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
It's not off the table.
It's not. Yeah, we're not doing it right now. Because we'd have to be like in town to be doing that. So we're not.
Do
we're
you?
Not there yet.
I
Yes.
mean, you have a hut.
You have a hut.
Okay, but it's not.
I'm insinuating that Jax
Again,
is gonna come over for a
Weird
date.
connotations. This is like it.
Well, no, I'm
The
like.
smirks, the like eye contact across the table.
Well, because I'm like.
You guys don't play card games?
No, if we would be going to like a pub of some kind or like tavern and having like food and drinks and like hanging out, like just
We know, Lucio. We know how
wouldn't be
boys'
doing
night
all that in a
works.
hut or
'Cause-
around a campfire.
Because Girls' Day is Spa Day.
Yeah, of course.
No.
Yeah. So yeah, we're chilling. We're just making an action plan for what we're doing next.
We
So.
should do a role reversal where the girls go out for girls night out,
Or
and the boys go to
Of
the
course,
spa.
you would say
or we could
any
figure out
excuse
what
to
we're-
get a drink.
drink.
Bet your bottom dollar.
Or we could figure out what we're doing when we wake up tomorrow morning.
Oh,
And
Getting
what
on the
are-
horses,
Yeah,
and we're
we're-
going to continue going.
Yeah.
Do we talk about that while we're eating food and around the fire?
I
or
would
what
think so.
I would think that would be the assumption, given Eliana's
Well, you know what assuming
catatonic
does.
state. Well, Ira's not unfamiliar.
Yeah.
There's no donkeys here.
I wanted to say that
Oh.
we're getting up at the ass crack of dawn, and then I remembered my name's Dawn.
The ass crack of you.
We're getting up at the ass crack of me, okay?
All
I wish
right.
Verity was awake so she could say it in her southern accent.
I wish that Ira could
Tomorrow morning.
prestidigitation Dawn a tankard of ale.
I can't make stuff like that.
Mm,
It's just like cat toys. Like the one time
no,
she made cat toys.
Why
for-
can't you make things that I can ingest?
because
I can make them hot, like muffins? Can I make the muffins hot?
Oh, like if you had a muffin, you could make it hot?
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting off
I'm
track.
going to think about that. Is that a spell slot? Or can you just do it?
It's a cantrip.
What does that mean?
I can do it whenever I want, how often I want, without using a spell slot.
She's like a Yeti koozie. She's always going to make my beer cold. Yes!
I don't know if there's
you-
any.
I didn't
Yetis
say
in
that
this
out loud.
climate.
Is
What?
that?
What'd you say?
But there might be where
I
we're
said, I don't know
going.
if there's any Yetis in this climate, but
Yeah.
I didn't say that out loud.
But, so Dawn, question.
Yeah.
While we're all sitting here enjoying dinner, is that how you think of everyone? Is just someone to be useful?
No, I said I didn't say it out loud because I knew you were going to ask something like that.
too late now.
Well, we all have to be useful in our own way, but no, I don't think that. Does that answer your question?
We'll see if your actions match your words.
Damn.
She like grabs Elliana. And is like, not that I carried her all day. I'm trying my best over here. No magic. Just an axe.
You technically do magic.
I do. I can convey.
It just takes you getting really mad. Do it.
Yeah, that's true. I do have a magical tattoo.
Well, rage
And
is
when you get
magic.
mad,
Just like in general, the mad.
when you rage.
yeah, when you
That doesn't feel magical to me. That just feels like anger.
okay.
Did Thiago not teach you about who you are?
I mean,
Rage is a form of magic.
And you see magic. You helped us see magic before.
yeah, that's true. I was going to say that I can convey thoughts to plants and I can, detect if there's magic around. Doesn't make me
That's-
feel very magical, though.
But isn't that magic to see magic?
Yeah.
Like takes one to know one kind of thing?
Yeah. But
There you go. So don't
That's
sell yourself
it.
so short.
you're right. I am 8 feet tall. I should not be doing that.
Damn. Well, at any rate, Who's going to take first watch?
Dawn will.
You have to have 8 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so it's really,
Me.
honestly, just Ira.
I'm the only one
but
that
she can take a 2-hour watch if she wants.
I could
Yeah.
take a 2-hour
Yeah. 2, then Ira takes 4, and then somebody else takes another 2.
I mean, does 6 hours count as a long rest?
Yeah, so long rest basically it's like 6 hours of rest and 2 hours of like light downtime where you're not
Yeah.
actually doing anything counts as like
Yep.
a long
Okay.
rest in D&D.
But
Makes
no
sense.
scrolling. That's not rest.
No.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're writing down on a piece of parchment, that would consider.
I guess, yeah, that would be considered rest. You're right. You're right, DM. Sorry.
All right, we just got to, keep it grounded.
But do you want to take a 2 hour?
Yeah.
And who else is taking a 2 hour?
I can. Oh, wait, no, because I can't leave the hut.
No, you just can't leave within a certain distance of it.
Oh, then I'll just
Yeah.
sit outside the hut.
And you can see like outside the walls of the hut technically. Like
Yeah.
you can see out of it. You
But
just
that's
can't
not
see
like
in.
keeping watch, because I'm not like outside.
If you're still inside but can see outside of it all, then you can keep watch from.
It's like Schrodinger's cat.
Sorry, I'm not there. I'm talking a lot.
It's not keeping action. It's keeping watch. So you can look outside your hut.
But whoever's in the hut sleeping would need it to be probably dark. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be disturbing anyone that's trying to like sleep. I don't think we ever established if anybody was sleeping in the hut, actually. So
Yeah, where's Verity sleeping
yeah, where's
at the moment?
anybody
He's like
actually?
on a bedroll, like off to the side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Lucio started the hut after she fell asleep.
Yeah, so,
Oh
so
damn!
he's just chilling.
Verity's gonna wake up with like the morning mist, like on her bedroll. Like,
the old
what?
Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Jeez.
She's going to taste the dew.
Damn.
As much as it pains Dawn
Hmm.
to have the opportunity to sleep outside,
Oh.
she's going to sleep in the hut so she can be close to Elliana.
So you're going to take your full 8 hours in the thing, or are you taking the 2 hours then going in to sleep in the hut?
2 hours and then going to sleep in the
Okay.
hut.
So then I guess is Ira taking second watch?
I would like for Ira to take final, so it's
So,
like
mm,
at the
I
end.
guess, yeah. So
Who wants to
then
sleep first?
Jax will take the second 2 hours. So we'll divide this into 3s. So Lukiel and Dawn are taking first. Okay.
Yes.
So Jax will just kind of chill, I guess. Well, I guess I'll
Come
sleep
snuggle.
for 2 hours and then wake up and yeah. Okay. So
What's Cole doing during all
he's
this?
chewing on some peanuts that I gave him.
Okay.
No, he's just chilling.
Not yelling at anybody?
No. What would he have to yell about?
You tell us.
He's in his natural element. He's chilling.
I feel like he would yell about the horses. He'd probably say that like they don't smell good or that the ride was bumpy. Insert impression of Cole here. Oh, I would love to, DM. This horse ride was uncomfortable.
None of this is canon. You're asleep.
She's actually on watch.
Yeah. Either way. Okay.
That's Dawn talking to herself, like
Yeah.
trying to keep herself entertained and not freaking out about Elliana not being okay.
Dawn and Lukiel going back and forth on Cole impressions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll for perception, the two of you, please.
Natural 20, baby.
Nice.
Let's go.
Oh. I always
Crazy
forget
with
that
the
my
watch being in
perception is
thirds. You guys,
high.
people are gonna have to roll 3 different times. It's crazy.
Oh. Wait, do I?
That's
That
how
means
they do it in normal campaigns.
I know.
do I have to roll 3 times?
No. It's just the next person rolls a watch and then the third person rolls a watch.
Oh, okay.
What did you roll?
12.
12.
Well,
Okay.
Welcome to characters who don't sleep for 4 hours.
Pretty
Total?
for perception.
I rolled a 7.
Damn.
But I have plus 5 perception. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
yeah.
that.
So nothing happens in those 2 hours. It's pretty uneventful. You're kind of just like watching the fire, making sure it kind of like stays enough to keep people warm and lit to keep ward off predators and things. So the 2 hours goes off without fail, and you turn in. Jax kind of wakes up to take the next watch. Okay. Well, that's a 6.
Oh,
He's groggy.
can I bardically
Yeah.
inspire your 6?
You're asleep.
You are asleep. You cannot do that.
Oh well.
Let me just check.
I have,
something
fun fact. I actually have musical snoring. So, if that inspires you at all,
What does that do?
it's inspiring. It's like, wow, I wish I could snore in my sleep.
All right. So with the 6, the 2 hours that he's taking watch, the kind of quiet of the area, right? There's like you just kind of hear sounds of like small branches blowing in the wind, the occasional like noises of a lot of nocturnal animals and things kind of rustling around in the trees. Swamp sounds of like the frogs kind of like as they like those noises at night where it's like really loud and kind of obnoxious.
Somebody doesn't like
You don't like
the
nature?
outdoors. Yeah.
No, I grew up next to like a pond, and those frogs were obnoxious when I was a kid. But as the night kind of carries into the first bit of his watch, the breeze kind of echoes through, and a small sound of a branch kind of breaking in the distance as it gets closer to the camp. And Jax kind of turns to look and sees a pair of glowing eyes in the forest, like kind of in the tree line. And he kind of stands up, and you see like he kind of like takes his hands, and like the brass knuckles kind of like form on his hands as he's like ready for what's gonna potentially something jumps out of the tree line. And another step, crackle of some leaves and a branch, as a small kind of green kobold steps out of the tree line, wielding a dagger. Kind of looks very tired, almost as if it's out hunting for food. And Jax pauses for a moment as it kind of slowly steps out of this tree line, and he raises his fists, and the kobold kind of like takes the dagger and kind of puts it out and is like looking up at Jax. And Cole like puts his hand on Jax's face and then like hops, like kind of with the wings, kind of like hops down to the ground. And in a series of like squeaks and kind of angry grunts from the kobold, kind of going back and forth between the kobold and Cole and the kobold. Jeez, it's gonna get hard to say. And there's just like it looks like a heated argument, and then like the kobold kind of like raises the dagger at Cole, and you see in a quick flash the Cole like jumps up and kind of roundhouse kicks the kobold in the snout. And
Cole's been practicing.
Damn.
and then he kind of like lands back on the ground, and kind of there's some like again some aggressive back and forth as the kobold tries to get in Cole's face, and eventually like Cole points at Jax, and then the kobold looks back up at Jax and then looks back down to Cole, and the kobold essentially like shoves Cole and then turns and walks back into the tree line.
I want that animated.
Please tell me Jax used his little fucking ring
He didn't at first, but then he like kind of like spins the one ring on his finger, and it lights up with the animal symbols as he looks at Cole and says, "What the hell was that?" I simply used my form of delegation and deliberation, and after a heated argument and knocking some sense into that individual, he will no longer bother our camp, and I have protected us for another night. Jack says, okay, so I guess we're not going to hear the end of this one for a while. Probably not. I was quite heroic. I'm not gonna lie. This will be a tale for the ages. We'll even maybe make sure the music man writes a tale of it as well, to spread across the lands in all of our travels.
Does Lukiel hear this?
You're asleep.
You're asleep, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The only one that knows what happened is Jax.
And he kind of like gestures for Cole to like come back over, and then like Cole kind of jumps back up on his shoulder. And that ends Jax's watch.
That ends let's be honest, that ends Cole's watch.
That ends Cole's watch, yeah. So Jax turns back into the hut for the rest of the evening as Ira takes over watch.
I want that.
Go ahead and roll for perception.
Well.
Damn.
11.
11. The next 4 hours of your watch, it begins to get a little cloudy up overhead. As it looks as if it's about to rain, you can kind of smell that kind of like metallic sense in the air as the kind of climate begins to shift. But thankfully enough, it holds out until the morning. And as the kind of sun breaks through the like canopy of the trees and the clouds, the rain does begin to start to kind of slightly sprinkle as you kind of wake and gather the rest of the people in your group to start making their way out.
I would think she would go over and like sit by Verity with her cloak and like hold it over Verity.
Okay.
Because like the rain's coming and she's I don't know, she doesn't want her to wake up.
Well, it begins to sprinkle as it slowly gets like kind of like sunrise. So essentially, it'd be kind of the end of like an 8-hour period.
Okay.
Nice.
So all of you can go ahead and mark off long rests on your sheet, aside from Elliana. Oh, there's no resting for you.
You said everyone, and I looked over at you like silently.
And I didn't even make eye contact. So you all awaken, essentially kind of one by one. The sound of the rain kind of hitting the top of the hut just as it begins to kind of fade into the kind of morning sky. The haze of some fog is sit around the kind of marshes that surround you amidst this path. As the air begins to feel a little sticky, humid amidst the rain and kind of swampy areas that you are in.
How miserably muggy is it?
It would frizz your hair.
Okay.
Did
Do her
I stump
sleeves
ya?
come off? I forget if
Uh,
her sleeves come off.
I don't know how you designed it.
I don't remember that specific detail. I feel like she'd be
Why not?
Yara would be kind of
You can always
obnoxious
prestidigitation
because
your clothing to be cooler.
it's only for 10 minutes. I'm not doing it every 10 minutes.
I don't know. You'll get the air hitting your face when you get on the horse, so you'll be fine.
All right.
It's like riding a golf cart. It's hot when you're stagnant, but then you keep going, you start getting the breeze and everything.
How do you feel, Verity?
A little better. Still tired. And she kind of like feels her hair because Verity has curly hair. So
Yeah.
it's like, it's gone really big. It's like, she like touches it. It's like, dadgummit. Oh, well.
I would think over breakfast, Ira would like offer to like Dutch braid Verity's hair down just so it's not like getting stuck on tree branches later.
She'd be down for that.
Yeah, so she's
A little short.
Sweet.
Dutch braids are like hair.
Okay. It's cute.
Her many little pigtails because she has like a bob.
Yeah, but it's enough. Like it's enough to like protect her
Yeah.
hair while like you're doing the thing.
Okay.
Does Dawn's whole body get frizzy? Like, do you just?
That's why I was laughing at you, and you were like, "What are you laughing about?"
Oh, all the fur?
Yeah. Just,
Okay.
No, it's not that long.
It's like really intense peach fuzz.
What is can't imagine like if you when your fur gets wet. The smell. It's like a wet dog.
oh,
Ew.
oh.
Yikes.
She smells like rose petals because she looks like one, okay?
Aw, that's
She
cute.
looks like Pepto-Bismol.
Damn.
Or does she smell?
And
Like,
rose petals!
or does she smell like cherry blossoms?
Yeah, there you go.
Smelling like rose petals is Elliana's thing in her spring form. Thank you very much.
So you can't have that one, bitch.
Damn.
I like the cherry blossom thing. That sounds cute. So
It sounds cute to me.
okay. So before the fire went out, Jax had kind of taken kind of like one of those metal kind of like I can't remember what they're called, but you can like make coffee in them kind of all in the out and about. So he made some coffee.
Noah's like, someone say coffee?
Before the fire kind of expended itself. It's kind of using some of his elementalism to kind of keep the fire going before it went out anyway. And yeah, so he kind of like pour some coffee for everyone so that you can kind of wake up nice in the morning.
Dude, Luke Heel is freaking gleaming. He's like so excited. He's like, dude, I haven't had coffee in so long.
I think it'd be pretty. Your wings in this moment would probably be pretty handy because you can like put them over your head, like kind of like cover yourself. Use like a little canopy so you can keep dry.
That's true. That's true.
Can't get water on the loot. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess maybe. I don't know if it's waterproof. Could be.
It's
lacquer on.
important for it to stay humidified. So,
That's
so
true.
the wood doesn't dry out. So.
That's true.
Could you also prestidigitation it to like dry?
I can.
She can, I cannot, because I don't have that skill.
I think both of us have it.
Okay.
So would Verity prestidigitation into the? It would?
Yeah, she would do it.
Okay.
She
All right.
said it's wet.
After a few short moments, you all kind of go back to the horses, gather all your things and your bedrolls, and pack up your stuff. And Dawn takes the ice cube that is Elliana and holds her close and gets back up on the horse. And you all begin your journey once more.
Are we like aggressively riding?
I would think so.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a time limit on things.
And the horses, like, they can just go.
Yeah, they got a full night's rest just the same as you all did, so they're ready to go.
Good for them.
There's plenty of like grass and different like foliage around for them to kind of eat and gather their strength. Meanwhile,
Hey.
so in this course of time amidst this, I would think that amidst these repetitions, the things that you are constantly reliving, going through, you would have gone through them a few times at this point, kind of in kind of sequential, like back to back, kind of rolling through. What might you have done amidst some of these different scenarios to? You had mentioned that you are going to try to deviate in different moments.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that she's gonna do is like when it resets again and she's back in like the kitchen with her mom and her stepmom and her sister.
We'll take it back to like the first time it reset.
Okay.
Like after you had Stella in there and all that stuff and everything kind of forced reset to the very beginning.
I'm going to go up to my mom. I'm just going to give her like a big hug. And she knows this isn't real, but she misses them a lot. And she's going to be like, hi, I really hope you guys are going to be. I miss you, Mom.
She says, "Oh, I've been right here." And you can, and as you embrace her, you feel like her body heat, like it's like the same like warmth as if you're like just like hugging a real person.
I'm gonna figure this out, okay? I go up and I hug Lillian, even though she does not want to hug. I know she does not want to hug.
It's like, what are you doing?
Just squeezing her tight. I love you guys very much, and I have some work I gotta do. And she runs off to her room to gather the incense again, because now she knows where it is. She doesn't have to go hunt it down.
Right.
I'm gonna
Make an investigation check.
Okay. This fucking Thanatura bitch
Don't.
changing things. I'm gonna use. Should I use it for this?
Make your choices
I'm
wisely.
gonna use my heroic inspiration for this. What? I know that's crazy,
Okay.
but I'm going to use it for this because
Explain yourself.
I need Stella right now. That was worse. 7.
With a 7.
Yeah.
You notice that as you're looking around and trying to find these incense, as you go to leave the living room, you can't even open the door. The door is... It's as if the door is glued shut, as if you're trying to transition into another room. Like if you would go to where the like a rooms and stuff that you would found these before and try to open the door to go in. The door does not budge.
I'm gonna try and use my Misty Step to get to the other side of the door.
Okay. So you misty step to what would be behind the door.
Yeah.
I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Okay. Let me mark off my...
As you misty step through the door
Mm-hmm.
into solid concrete.
Jesus. That's a natural one.
So,
Oh no.
with that, you begin to suffocate as if, because you've now basically misty stepped into a solid entity. Like it's as if you were buried alive.
I should get shunted out, though, because the space is occupied, I think.
Yeah,
You
totally.
should.
Yeah, she should.
You should.
I don't think she Han Solos it, does she?
In theory, that's how the spell would work normally.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm gonna... There's nothing else I can do besides Misty Step back out of it.
Okay.
I'll spend another Misty Step on that
Okay.
to go back to the kitchen.
Okay. And you're back in the kitchen. And you hear the same, like, like laugh in the distance.
Okay. I'm going to try and exit out of...
And I'll be kind.
Yeah?
You can only use the one charge. That way
Okay.
it doesn't seem like a waste. It's as if you had misty stepped, you had felt the repercussions of it, and was able to kind of turn
Okay.
back within the same few seconds of it.
I'm going to try and exit the home.
Okay.
I'm gonna open the door if I can open the door.
You open the door,
Okay.
and you see the street in front of your house, like the roads and the rest of your village.
I'm assuming there's like a local apothecary or something nearby. I'm going to try and hunt down some incense.
Okay. You exit the home,
Uh-huh.
and of course, like throughout all of this, like petals are falling off of this flower. And you exit the home and kind of begin to walk down the street and make your way towards like kind of like into town. And you, as you enter the town, you begin to see people running in the opposite direction.
Mhm.
They're running past you, frantically screaming, as you arrive at the center of town and see that there is an army, or what would be an army of skeletons, wraiths, and the lich that you had seen before. And spells are firing off left and right. And you feel a cold hand grab the back of your neck.
Who is it?
You turn and you see and it's a large grip. So it's not just like a normal like person-sized hand. It's like a larger hand. As you see a Demogoth holding you and is now like picking you up off the ground. Before everything goes black and you are back in the kitchen.
Okay. God, I wish I knew how to use sending. But I've got to ask Lukiel or someone to teach me that. Okay.
And I will say, again, to be kind, every time this resets, so does your, like, spell slots and everything.
Oh,
It's as if the
okay.
day completely resets.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. Appreciate that. Let me just hit
You
that
might as well just take a long rest.
button,
And then
yeah.
Just, like, reset the whole thing.
Okay. I look down at the pedal in my hand. Should I try it again? Am I going to be blocked? Okay. I'm going to try something that is not going to work, but I'm going to try it because it's all I can think to do.
Right.
I am going to scrounge around for some, like, papers and pens.
Okay.
Do pens exist, or is it just quills and ink?
Like quills and ink.
Quills and-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can... I'll have you roll for investigation for that.
I'm going to guide myself
Okay.
because I know what I'm trying to do this time. I'm rolling it on here for the D4.
Question: would her heroic inspiration also reset?
I'll allow it.
That's crazy.
I'll allow it.
You're crazy for that. You're insane.
Hey, if everything resets, I'm just saying.
I'll allow it, yeah.
Usually, I feel like it's a one-time thing, but thank you. That's a 16.
16. You find the quills and ink without fail.
I'm going to start. This is going to sound insane. I'm going to start sketching the constellations over paper. Like, start sketching them out. And my plan is going to try and, like, manifest the constellations and, like, start hanging these papers, like, around, like, wherever I can to try and, like, manifest Flossidus to push back against Thanatura.
Interesting. Okay. Make a religion check.
Okay. Okay. That is a 17. I
Okay.
should have guided myself. Learning.
You start putting up like these different constellations like around your house, and your family is confused as to what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But surprisingly, your sister is not.
Lillian, do you know her name?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
There are these things called stars.
Yeah.
Huh? And I know they're not in our Dayward lands, but there's a goddess named Flossidus. Can you say her name to me, please?
I've never heard of this person before.
Her name is Flossidus.
I heard you. I'm telling you, I don't know who you're talking about.
Have you heard of the archer?
No.
The dragon, the mistress, the chalice.
Is this like a riddle?
There are these pictures in the sky. Created by... Yeah, not here. They were the soul of a goddess who scattered herself to save us. And she's being lost. And she needs to be remembered. Please say her name.
I can't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Aarencia is a false god.
And much like you had saw in the desert, it's as if like your like parents like slowly like their face like turns to like look at you. And you can see that all of the plants in the house are doing the same.
Are looking at you.
I
Oh,
hate
man.
this part. This
That
is like the worst thing you
That hasn't
do
happened
is
in
the
a while.
flowers looking at me.
Oh, yeah.
It's so freaky. A false god. She like turns and faces the plants and her mom and her stepmom. She repeats it again. Aarencia is a false god. Flossidus is our true champion.
And you see as some of like the ivy and like the flowers in different pots begin to kind of slowly like come out of the pots and start to move closer to you as if they're walking.
This is an abnormal use of it, but can I use Druidcraft to make something wither?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look.
This is a weird like fight against the DM and the referee. Because Allie's always our referee of like, if we have a question, we go to her.
I don't think you can do it with like the regular Druidcraft, but I'm like, yeah, because it says bloom. You instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud bloom. But it doesn't say anything about like reversing the effect.
I'll say you could do that. I don't see why not.
I'm gonna shrink the fucking plants coming toward me. Fuck those plants.
As you kind of slowly make like the different plants like start to wither, and it's very much like in this like swarm, almost kind of like a Hydra mentality.
Mm-hmm.
The more like every time you turn to like wither something, the they come like it immediately kind of grows back, but it goes back like bigger, and it starts to kind of like infest the space as like these different layers. You're trying to get all of them at different times, and they keep growing, and it's like starting to like it looks as if like you're standing amidst the forest, but like in the middle of your house. As like the vines are slowly kind of creeping towards you, and you feel like this like vine kind of like slither across like the top of your foot and start to kind of slowly like wrap itself around your leg.
Set them on fire.
Murder.
You're not there.
I know.
The one that's going around my leg. I've never used this spell before.
Okay.
I'm gonna reach down and I'm going to grab it with my arm, with my hand, not my arm. That'd be crazy. And I'm gonna dig my nails into it in like a shock of white, and then it turns to black. I'm gonna cast Blight on this plant.
Interesting. Okay.
It needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm just gonna roll that straight because I don't even know what the modifier would be. It's a 19 straight.
Okay, that would pass, but on a half as much damage on a successful, so it would take 8d8 necrotic damage. Halved.
So I take half. Yeah. Go ahead
Yeah.
and roll that.
I don't have my 8 dice out, so I'm just gonna roll it down
Pyramids
here.
ass to ass.
2, 3, 4. That's a d10. I don't know what I'm doing.
You want me to just roll them?
Yes, please.
That's 13. Oh, I'm not rolling 8. I rolled 4.
We're both having a bad time.
Okay, so 11, 17, 18, 24, 29, 36. There's 36 points of necrotic damage. Halved, so 18 points of necrotic damage kind of like casts through this, like the plants, and like it kind of like it almost like turns to like this white like ash, and it kind of like starts to like just kind of disintegrate almost, as if you're grabbing onto it, and it kind of like spreads kind of slowly around through like the whole room, as like everything kind of turns white and just like dusts like down into this. It's almost as if like somebody threw the ashes of a fireplace like around into the space. And given that this is enough time has passed, the memory of the Lich's attack begins to play out.
Mm-hmm.
The screams, the blasts, the house begins to crumble and fall on top of you. And you are pulled out of the rubble, and you're running towards your temple.
I'm like, I don't know what to do. I guess, and Lillian obviously still with me.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
The whole family running to the temple, much like you've remembered.
say her name, Flossidus. Her name is Flossidus. Flossidus.
It's as if her mouth opens, but she's unable to speak. Keeps like trying to say something, but no like audio or anything is coming out.
You know, you understand. She's blocking it.
This slow, almost as if like the world is like melting around you. The like ground begins to kind of get soft, almost as a quicksand, and your family, as you're running towards this temple, starts to sink kind of lower and lower. The trees and the world around you kind of begin to smear and cascade down as you fall into this like kind of like quicksand of this reality, and it slowly begins to kind of encompass like over your face in all the thing, like you're submerged in this kind of almost like melting of reality. I'll have you make a Constitution saving throw.
God damn it. Does my heroic inspiration reset every day?
You can find out.
God. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. That's 15.
15. You, as you were falling, it's as if like, because again, like it's if time like was kind of distorting itself.
Mhm.
It's as if this like reality is like you're drowning, but it's like you're drowning on mud. You start to like you're tasting this like dirt, like it's like a very like metallic, gritty like muck that's in your mouth, and you are trying to like move as if you're swimming, and as you kind of begin to kind of feel yourself suffocating briefly, you fall to the ground back in your kitchen, coughing as if gasping for air.
I'm gonna try the bedroom door again. Insanity! Welcome to the definition of it.
This time you are able to open the door,
Fuck yeah.
but inside the doorway is a brick wall.
Yeah. Kinda, yeah. Kinda figured.
And at this point, about 12 petals, like in total, have fallen off over the course of this time. As we rejoin our adventurers through the forest, as they are galloping through the marshy lands, I'm going to need everybody can do this as a group, I would think. Go ahead and make a perception check just to see how the journey goes.
Ooh. 14.
14,
17.
17,
12.
12.
19.
Nice.
Jacks don't see shit.
What do you get?
A natural 1. It's like he's- he
Well,
don't see-
what's his passive perception?
It is 14.
Oh, well then
So
might see something.
Does
Maybe.
he tell, or did he tell us about Cole's watch from the prior? No, he didn't say anything.
He didn't?
no.
Damn. Don't give Cole ammunition.
Is Cole like? Is Cole taking note that Jax didn't tell the group? Why haven't you told them about my?
No.
No, he hasn't.
Mm-mm. So, I guess 14,
19.
19, 17,
17.
Yep. I had a 14, but
14.
my passive 17. But
12.
12.
it's fine.
As you guys are journeying through this like forest, the amidst like this travel, you pass by. It's like very fleeting. It's almost like a quick like if you weren't like looking around as you guys were riding, you would have missed it. It's as if there was a secondary path, but that's overgrown. It leads away, kind of in the opposite direction. So it's like, well, I guess perpendicular, right? So you guys are heading this way on a path. There's a path that goes that way, but it's overgrown. It looks very like hard to traverse, especially even like on horseback. A lot of like growing like weeds, vines, things that have like fallen trees.
Watch that be the way we have to go to get to Dawn's family. Just watch.
But as you all keep moving forward, you have reached the point where it is beginning to sun the sun is beginning to set.
Poor
as
horses, man.
You guys have ridden throughout the day to get to what is now the next evening.
Actually, horses will run until you tell them to stop.
I know, I feel bad.
I don't. They like it. Although we are probably causing them a little bit of pain, but they're fine.
Dex starts a fire, just to kind of keep things moving. And you see he gets a fire and he kind of he asks to borrow your bow, or what? I guess maybe Lukeel's bow.
Ira has a second, just like a regular longbow
There you go.
in her
Yeah,
inventory.
then he'll ask to use that.
Yeah, and she just gives him that, just like a handful of arrows.
Okay. And he kind of goes off into the tree line for a moment with the arrows.
Do you go with them?
Do you need help?
Dear?
No, I'm just going to
Dearest?
get something for us for dinner. I should be back.
So nice.
Okay, I could help. I'm good at
That's all right.
killing things.
I appreciate it. I
Okay.
don't really know what I'm looking for, so I'm kind of just taking a shot in the dark. And he kind of like nudges the bow, like no pun intended, and he kind of like heads off into the. Now, as the sun is setting into the tree line, like, that's slowly getting darker.
Does he have dark vision?
Yes.
She would push harder if he didn't.
And even if he did, he could shapeshift into somebody who did.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That works, I guess.
It's my best animal impression. That's all I got. So you could do a monkey, but no one wants to hear that.
After a short period of time, you see Jax coming back with what looks like some like essentially it's like the equivalent of like a pheasant kind of like looking bird. It's like he has like a couple of them kind of strung up by the feet that he is like kind of defeathering and kind of preparing for the food for y'all for dinner.
Dawn is psyched.
Did Verity stay awake, or did you go like right to sleep again?
I feel like she would stay up a little bit longer this time around.
Okay.
Okay.
To at least eat.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you technically didn't eat.
I mean, she had a ration,
Oh, okay.
like the very next morning. So
What
How
you
is-
rolling for?
My wheel and woe.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh. SpaghettiOs.
Anyway,
How is everyone's bodies feeling for riding pretty aggressively for 2 straight days?
Not great.
Yes,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say straight, but you guys like definitely have like
Not.
Not straight, but I meant consecutively.
Let's just say
yeah.
this whole lapse in my training because of travel, I feel it in my hips a little bit.
yeah. That's valid.
Yeah, I'll roll for it too.
my butt hurts.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too great.
I love how everyone also just rolled too. Like,
Dawn feels amazing. Turns out she's a natural on a horse.
Did you, and as Jax is kind of like preparing this stuff, he asks Lukeil, he goes, did you ever ride horses where you're from?
I mean, I went riding like maybe a couple of times, but like not in Cottageport. Like I had to like obviously like I didn't really have that stuff going on in the town, but you know, a couple times, not like this consistently, like by any means, but you know, learn how to like, you know, saddle and like mount a horse and ride it for a little bit.
Did you have
So-
your own horse?
No. They're expensive. Yeah.
No full-blown equestrians of the group?
I
Ira, I think Ira would probably be the most.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
First.
Oh yeah.
Did you
I would
have a-
like you to, even though you do remember what you're saying,
Mhm.
and you have a memory of this, go ahead and roll a history check for me, please, though.
Oh boy.
to answer the question you were asking, Ira has a couple of her own horses.
Dawn will be asking the names of them soon.
Oh God, don't ask that.
Yeah. Prepare something.
It's a total of 6. Grand total of 6.
6.
4 plus 2, 6.
You have this memory of having ridden horses in your youth, but for some weird reason, things are hazy. You remember it, but you can't remember when. Can't remember how old you were.
Interesting.
You can't remember who you were with.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I guess so, yeah. Maybe.
Do you take note of that being strange?
Yeah, like why would I not be able to... I'm like, oh, I guess I don't remember very well, actually. It's weird.
I mean, I feel like you would have said the same, like, that you've ridden them a couple times.
Yeah.
Not a lot. That
Yeah.
you don't own a horse, all those things.
Right. As I said,
Any further details around it, you find it kind of odd that you can't, like almost like as if you're thinking back on it yourself, you kind of have this like thought of, that's interesting that I don't know why I don't know any deeper details than that.
Yeah.
Do you say any of that out loud?
Yeah, I'd probably... Luke would probably be like... Yeah, I'm like... Kind of... I don't know why, like, I'm not really, like, remembering, but, like, I know that it was with, like, someone, or, like, maybe, like, a group of people, but I'm not... I can't remember who or when, but... Like, I know for sure that I have, and I just don't know, like, the context of kind of what was happening. Other than just, like, I was learning how, so...
Nah, I'm sure it's just exhaustion. You'll be fine in the morning.
I mean... He does not have a level of exhaustion at the moment, so...
No. But you did ride horses all day.
You can still be tired.
That means, I mean, we all rode horses, so that would imply that we all would have exhaustion.
I think what she means by exhaustion is just being tired.
Oh,
Just like how you would be, like if you actually rode a horse all day, you would be tired.
right. And your thighs would be destroyed. From just all day.
So, Ira, you had horses?
I mean, yeah.
Names?
Did you not?
That was the real goal. She just wanted Ira to name the horses.
Did you not?
No.
Really?
I don't really need them.
Oh, well.
I guess it's true Dawn didn't see where you grew up, so it makes sense that you would have horses.
Yeah, aren't you like...
Call me a princess and I'm going to punch you in the face.
I was going to say famous, but
Famous? No.
now I'd like to see you take a swing at me. I was going through a couple adjectives. I hadn't yet picked one, so I'm glad that it was picked for me to not say princess.
Yeah, don't do that.
Wait, were you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Kind
I'm just double checking.
No. It
Does
is.
Jack say
Yes,
that?
yes, yes, yeah.
Oh, so you...
We let that bit go.
She had like a royal diadem. It was like a whole thing, so kind of.
Yeah, my family runs Port of Mar. We're the last, I think last, maybe not last, but bloodline of the Marian Empire.
Runs or rules?
They're like the same, yeah? That's Ira.
That's Ira. Yeah,
That's
not-
Ira.
Yeah.
That's not. That's
No, I
not-
know.
Yeah.
Dawn
What?
looks at Jax.
So like an
I don't think so.
I mean, they can tell you. She like points to Verity and
why you?
Lukiel.
Does
Like
she?
they've been there. They've been to my home.
I have not been.
Verity has.
Oh well, Lukiel has.
Yeah.
He got some nice clothes out of it.
It's crazy. Our blue friend freaking threw a plate like an idiot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Roman, you
Oh,
Roman, yeah.
Yeah. He
One
got
of my
really
mom's
like...
very old plates.
He got like mad or frustrated. It was...
He was.
I don't know.
He was
It
being Roman, is what he was doing.
It was weird. Yeah.
And he threw a plate?
Yes, one of my mother's favorite plates. He just threw it against the
He
wall.
made a new one.
Was her
It
majesty
looks
Well-
like a toddler made it.
He did his best, okay?
Oh, yeah. I didn't say he didn't do his best.
I'm just saying.
It doesn't match the
His
replacement.
best was a toddler.
Yeah,
It's the thought that counts.
miss that guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Luke Heel's like
So there's,
low-key
like-
getting sentimental about Roman in this moment. He's like, oh, man, I miss that guy.
But I had several.
Horses.
Mm-hmm.
Real
But
quick,
there's also a military, so there's a lot more than just mine.
who's military?
Port of Mars military?
That your family runs.
My father is the... Yes.
Lukia, would you say run or rule?
I'm having a hard time understanding why this is important right now.
I agree with you, Lukiel.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
because we're, yeah. I mean,
But runs is like feels more like an
Like they're the-
election or
Okay,
something.
The
Rules feels
manager.
like yeah.
all right.
Rules
did
feels
you-
more like a kingdom or something.
Are you here? Where are you?
Didn't.
Listening?
I'm just trying to figure out if the word princess is how warranted.
That's a
it
very
is.
interesting point to be.
Well,
like,
they
You are an
not,
heir.
They are not.
fixated on Dawn.
Was Amar a prince?
Verity shuts her mouth.
Yeah.
Was he?
No.
Oh,
And my parents are not king and queen.
Yeah.
Dawn is double checking.
They're lord and lady, so.
Okay, wait, but if they're lord and lady, that would not make her technically princess.
Why?
That would make her
He was like, why?
Lady
what,
Junior.
What are we getting
Everyone
stuck
always
on?
gets stuck on me being a prince. I've never been a princess. Never claimed to be a princess. Everyone thinks I'm a princess.
Yeah, I mean,
This is
typically
the first party
I
I've
don't
had
think
problem
we ever
people
saw
calling me
like
a princess.
throne per se. So
There is a throne room.
Heel's just like, I just
There's
don't.
you're not
a
helping.
throne room.
It's where all of our main balls
The
are held.
ruling
Balls? Yes.
there's the soundbite, guys.
Luke Heel is just still wondering. Luke Heel's just still wondering why any of this is even. He was like, why?
Yeah,
Why are
yeah.
you guys so focused on? Like, what is this? Why is this important right
Because
now?
as much time as we've spent together,
Uh-huh.
I don't actually know you guys.
It's
and neither
not
does
my
Verity.
fault. You decided to stay on the airship and go straight to Bountifolia.
Well, Dawn, did you ever care to ask?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, cool.
So,
Why
Get
did it
off
take
my-
this
Glad you
long?
finally got around to it.
Yeah.
sorry.
Goodness.
Should I have just kept my mouth shut and not gotten to know any
Do you
of
have
you?
any other
No.
questions?
Where is the sass coming from?
You gave me sass, Luke Heel.
No,
She's a
no,
barbarian. She's kind of naturally angry.
Also, you're giving me sass as to why I'm trying to get to know Ira.
Wait, so are there multiple heirs to Portimar?
Can I do an insight check on Dawn here?
Sure.
Okay.
Roll insight.
Good.
Can I punch Luke Heel in the face?
It's an 18.
18. Persuasion or deception. You don't have to say which. Just say what number you roll.
I don't even know what we're in.
Where's Elliana while you do this?
I feel like Dawn just looks like one of those like angry moms at the mall with like the kids. Just,
Oh
like,
my
yelling at her
god. Yes.
I had just a 9.
a 9. Okay.
Well, damn.
I guess if you so choose, you can either say what your vibe is, like what's up, like
I said it already. My vibe is that I'm trying to get to know Ira a little bit more and make conversation around the campfire. Eep, doop, boop, boop. And Lukiel is trying to ask me why I'm getting to know my party members.
It's a little bit of a stretch. I think she's fixated on the fact that she thinks that Ira is a princess, and she's trying to connect the dots as to if she is a princess, but she's not a princess because her parents are not king and queen.
Well, Ira,
And
has
Ira
this-
is very tired of the conversation.
And so is
Everyone thinks she's a
Lukiel,
princess.
and Lukiel's wondering why it's even.
hey
like,
guys, dinner's ready.
hey,
Yum, yum,
let's
yum.
go.
And whenever they get up, Ira goes over to Dawn and says, my favorite and preferred horse's name is Eleanor Ophelia. I call her Fifi.
That's gonna be my horse's name.
Dawn's like a little bit giddy about it for some reason. She's like,
Animals.
looks over at her horse. She's like,
Fifi Jr.
And I wrote it down so it's canon.
Nice.
I like to think next time, like, Dawn is close to her horse, she just, like strokes its face, like, Fifi.
Except this horse that Ira's riding is not her horse. It's
no,
not
yeah.
No, I know, yeah.
It's one of those things where they say like copycat is the best form of flattery.
Yeah.
Dawn's like, a princess.
Um,
A princess's horse was named Fifi.
but yeah, Jax just made some, like, roasted, essentially, like, is that, like, like a pheasant, like, kind of over the fire, and
It's better than rations.
yeah. It's a little gamey, but it's pretty good.
Better than rations.
Dawn is loving it. She is gobbling it up.
Glad that got her attention to be more focused in on the food and not the, are you a princess?
Oh, you want me to be more like you, Lukiel? Focused in on the food?
No, we're just kind of on a much larger
Why are
quest
you so
right now
spicy?
to save our friend, actually. So
See?
Because I'm tired of Lukiel questioning my getting to know people. That's why.
Why is everybody so tense?
Right. It's
speaking
not like
of,
we're camping or anything.
yeah,
All right.
Verity's
What?
good to add.
Intense.
this is like afternoon into evening right now.
No, it's
Essentially,
evening.
yeah, it's in the evening. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's,
Well,
it's
then,
like kind of
then Lukiel goes, speaking of tents, I'm going to build mine.
the
finished eating?
sun is set, and it is now evening as you guys are
multitasking.
finishing through dinner.
What was
just kind of
Verity
eating
gonna
your food.
say?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say Verity just slowly walks away and then goes to bed while everyone else is arguing.
Does Verity eat like dinner?
Yeah, she like grabs her food and then just like completely leaves it all.
Damn.
Sets her bedroll off to the side. And kind
Verity's like, not my horse, not my monkey. No,
What?
not my circus, not my monkey.
there we go.
Interesting. Sorry,
I like it better.
I
the
was
other
thinking
way,
about
but-
horses because we were all riding horses. Lukiel's tired.
I'm gonna write that down.
Not my horse.
But not exhausted.
Gosh.
I like it.
I just walk right into that.
I
mean, hey.
So yeah, like I said, as it kind of gets into the evening, the same question becomes that of watches and who is going to kind of take care of the fire and keep watch for
Stoking the fire.
Ira will take first watch. She didn't like show it, but she is frustrated by the whole like princess conversation.
Okay.
Mm.
Is anybody? So Verity went to sleep. Lukiel is also
I feel like Lukiel definitely got that notion too. I feel like Lukiel would probably still be awake.
okay. So you're gonna stay up.
Yeah, I'm gonna like
Chit chat.
You stay up for at least for
I'm
a
gonna
couple
talk
hours.
to Ira and be like, hey, so
You can use your 2-hour watch to stay up with her for at least for half of her watch.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And then what are you doing?
I guess I'll go to sleep with make sure that she's
Yeah.
okay. Hut
Still frozen.
protection.
Jax will
Yeah.
kind of kiss Ira on the forehead and then kind of go to like lay down.
Still hasn't apologized, but it's okay.
Mm.
He did. He did when you guys were in somewhere else. You just thought he was being insincere. But at any rate, you two are the ones that are on watch. And so I'm gonna have you guys roll for perception quickly. Get that out of the way.
Guys, can I take a walk?
We just like set you up like a.
dirty,
Weekend at
It's like
Bernie's.
weekend at Bernie. Yeah.
dirty 20.
We make her into a scarecrow to scare
30,
anybody
20,
off.
15.
15. Nothing eventful of note, especially for that 2 hours. But what is it that you would like to talk about in that time?
Yes. So I noticed that you didn't really particularly like Dawn asking you all basically if you're a princess and your parents were like king and queen and all that stuff. I wasn't really sure where that conversation was going or where she was like trying to get to with all of that, like what kind of conclusion she was trying to make, but are you okay? Like,
I don't mind like the questions.
right.
It's just like it's just been like a long going thing.
Right.
Like our party before, like Jax and I's party, like before this, that was something that like at least one person just wouldn't let go of.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, cool. I don't have to listen to that anymore.
Yeah.
And now here's another like bubblegum happy character that just wants to assume I'm a princess, and I'm not a princess.
Like assuming that like you like maybe like feel like entitled or some
Like
sort of
I'm
way,
more
or,
comfortable
like,
in leathers than I am ball gowns.
right.
I like good ball gown. Don't get me wrong. I look good in a ball gown. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's not where I'm most comfortable. And
Right.
So just to have it to just be assumed that because
Mm.
I do come from a pretty privileged background,
Yeah.
that I'm just a princess. Well, last time I checked, I chopped a guy's head off.
Yeah.
Carried it around for like 4 days.
Yeah.
Not very princess
bet.
behavior.
Yeah, that was kind of a lot. Yeah.
I had fun.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's I guess I kind of have a similar feeling because, like, you know, since I'm, you know, from a tinier town that like isn't really super like populous and like it's not really super like wealthy and like nature, that like people just kind of assume I'm just like some deadbeat musician dude just going around traveling trying to make a buck.
Well, I don't think you're a deadbeat musician. Have you heard you play? Deadbeat musicians don't sound like that.
Ukio, make a history check for me, please.
That was a
Ooh.
journey you went on with that
Sure
roll.
was. You said history?
Mm-hmm.
15.
15. This memory seems to be more clear
Yeah.
as far as when you talked about where you came from, your town. But it seems still vague. As if you're speaking about things that you know and that you, from where you come from and what you remember. But there's a part of you in the back of your mind that feels like you're just have a general sense.
It's weird.
But continue.
Yeah, I guess I'm just used to people assuming kind of a certain type of way that I just am generally I'm used to being perceived and people assuming just kind of who I am, what I do, and what I'm about just because of what I look like and where I'm coming from. So I feel you.
Why do you think I act so cold all the time? Because the second people understand my station, there's an expectation that I'm going to just be away.
Yeah.
So if I go ahead and break that expectation before they know,
Yeah.
I get to exist in the way that I want to exist.
Right. As you should.
I would rather mend fences of damage done early in a relationship than someone's perception of me completely change because they learn about my background. Basically, I would rather be seen as a threat from day one than soft for being.
Well, you certainly did a good job of that with me, so but I mean, this makes me feel like I know who you are versus like always having it be some sort of weird mystery. So, which is cool because that's what I aim to do. Also, not really great at it because I just kind of, you know, sometimes I'm just acting out and being goofy and, you know, not really thinking clearly or having like a definitive sort of like way I want to go about doing stuff, and kind of childish at times, but you know.
Well, I did want to say that the other morning at the older woman's home with Elliana, we were doing everything we can. I thought the sending thing was really clever.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, I just figured I would try to exhaust all of my resources and see what we could and couldn't do. So
yeah,
if I was able to do something, I figured I'd at least try. So
It's just one of those things, like when we're dealing with gods, right? Like, nothing we really can do.
yeah,
Just do our best to stabilize her and keep her alive until we can get to someone that can, but we're not.
yeah,
We're more equipped for killing undead.
yeah,
Powered by gods, but,
mhm,
you know.
yeah. And that's more or less what I was really trying to highlight. When Dawn was giving you a bunch of questions and stuff. I'm like, is that really
I mean, again,
super
like, I don't
important
mind.
in the context of kind of what we're trying to save our friend here, and
I
she's
don't-
frozen, and
I don't mind the questions. I mean, I feel like we know like a lot more about Dawn than Dawn knows about us. So like, I don't mind the questions. It's just like
I
getting
suppose, yeah.
stuck on like that one point. That's
Yeah.
just like I like.
But I mean, for her, I guess it is coming from like an endearing place, kind of like in retrospect thinking about it. But I don't know. Just figured I'd just check in and
Thanks.
kind of just ask, and because being perceived is annoying. So
Well,
yeah, I'm perceived every time I go on a stage and I play a song. So
you're perceived every time you take 30 minutes to place a food order at a restaurant too.
well, that's that's also true. I don't know. I just try to.
You like good food.
anyway.
It's fine to like good food, but
I can be a little bit extra at times.
At
I will,
times.
well, okay. Well,
look at you. Look at your wings. Look at that hair. Come on.
that's just a part of me, though. That's not like me trying to do any of that.
The outward appearance is a direct reflection of the inward existence.
Not all of the time.
Sorry.
The
Now I feel like I'm being perceived. Goodness.
friendly reminder to the folks at the table: good diction is important.
Did I slur
What?
there? Did I not speak that as clearly as I
we
could
are
have?
going to continue forward.
Alrighty. Does that mean I'm my?
Your watch is done, so your 2 hours is up.
So I'm going to sleep.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you
Night.
will roll for your 2 hours alone.
19 plus 7?
Okay. Yeah, that's
26.
26. Nothing eventful happens in that course of that 2 hours. Who will wake up for the next 2 hours?
Me. No.
We got Verity,
You
Dawn,
can't
or
wake up.
Jax. That's the three options at this point.
You're
I
frozen.
mean, Verity can wake up.
Okay. So you'll wake up for the 2 hour watch.
E.
Is anybody going to watch with her, or are you going to take this one solo?
I'm going CBEP.
Verity can take it,
Okay.
maybe.
Okay. So go ahead and roll for perception for me, please.
Crap, I forgot I was exhausted still. Okay.
No, you're not. You should have taken a long rest.
Yeah, but only one
Oh,
exhaustion level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait
for
Oh.
rest.
yeah, I have to have 2 long rests to completely get rid of it.
Well.
Which
That's when earlier
Well,
when Ira was
isn't
like,
this
"Are
the
you gonna
end?
sleep like right away?" I was like, "Why would she ask that?"
Isn't this the end of it though? Because she would have slept.
If she has to sleep for 2 more hours.
It has
or
to just be the full 8 hours
Yeah.
before it
Yeah.
ends.
Oh, for
Yeah.
exhaustion.
the
It's
next,
different. Okay,
the next
got it.
morning she won't be exhausted anymore. But
Got it.
okay, hold on. So
perception.
Let me know if you change your mind and you wake up and you're like, "Oh, I can't do this."
It's like when you wake up.
23.
23.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, another uneventful 2 hours rolls by. The soft sounds of the night forests and things kind of feel calming in the sense of the travel, and 2 hours goes by without a hitch.
Noise.
So the final watch. Who will take that 2 hours?
I feel like Verity would have had the sensation of like, when you wake up in the middle of the night and you have that like groggy feeling because you like only napped, you didn't like fully sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like that.
Done.
You're gonna take it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This rolls into morning, right?
Yes, in theory. So you go back to sleep, and then now Dawn. Go ahead and roll for perception for your watch.
That was nerve wracking. 22.
22, nice. So this night is very uneventful. There's just a lot of calm night air as it rolls into the next morning. The folks are waking up in the midst of the kind of morning sun and the moisture in the air as the swampy air begins to get thick and warm once more.
Ira fixes Verity's hair again.
Yeah. At this point, yes, go ahead and make sure if you need to take your long rests, reset anything that you need to. You are no longer exhausted, Verity, which is great.
Yes.
So
many sessions with that.
I know we finally got there. So yeah,
I like how we all, like, it takes us so long to take a long rest, like, between sessions, that we all just forget how long rests work,
Yeah.
like, the watches work.
So the morning comes once more. Jax has kind of made a coffee again. Kind of it becomes a little bit of a routine, given the fact that you guys are taking such a long journey through this forest. But after the morning's coffee, you all feel rejuvenated, ready to take on the day. The horses have slept quite a bit, and you all mount the horses and head on out and to the next leg of the journey. Meanwhile,
Hi.
what is it that you are doing?
Great. No.
Crying.
Great. I have another question.
Okay.
Me trying to, like, stretch all of the rules to see how I can try this, because I'm trying everything I can. So you let me cast Find Familiar using Stella.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question. So she didn't fall to, like, 0 hit points. She just poofed out, right?
Correct.
Do I have the telepathic connection that comes with Find Familiar?
You're going to need to make an Arcana check to
Okay.
discern that.
Because it says, while your familiar is within 100 feet of you, you can communicate it with it telepathically.
Oh.
Technically, my ice form is within 100 feet of her.
That's true. Okay. Yeah. Roll for that Arcana
Wow.
check.
I'm thinking outside the box.
That's good. That's
here.
good. It's good. I like that.
You said an
Even though
Arcana
Stella's
check.
in a box.
Ooh, that's a 17 plus 8. That is a 25.
25. Thank you for reminding me.
Well, the thing is, so Ira's not gonna run off. Like, she's not gonna
no.
like.
So the only thing that I would say logistically is that this little box is sort of like a pocket dimension.
Right.
So therefore, between where you are, the material, and another pocket dimension,
There's a lot of weird things
I'm
happening.
sorry.
there's a
right
bit
now.
of
sorry.
barriers.
I'm
You're
sorry.
right, though.
Yeah, well,
What I
Just get
will
with your mouth shut.
allow.
Okay.
that's tough.
So this is going to take some thinking on your part,
Okay.
and you don't know that this is happening, so you can't necessarily plan for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this will be a little fun game for us to play. You do have this telepathic connection.
Uh-huh.
However,
Yeah.
again, you don't know this, but every fifth word is all that she hears.
Oh.
You're gonna have to fucking write some shit down, because. Okay.
Do with that what you will.
Stella, hey, can you hear me?
So she's heard Stella and me. Just say what you want to say, and I'll tell you
She's
what
kind
she
of
hears.
waiting to see if she gets a response first. Is my voice getting through to you? Okay. Maybe this is not gonna work.
Let's see.
Feels like I'm kind of trying to talk slow so you can.
So she heard Stella me through.
Done.
And through.
Out of context, it does sound pretty bad.
Did she respond to me? Do I hear anything back?
You also only hear every fifth word.
This is great. I love what's happening right now.
Let's see.
Poor Stella.
You hear Mom, it's.
She's like, I feel like at this point she figures out that there's something like
Something's wrong, yeah.
it's skipping things. Are you still in the box? Are you still in Ira's box? No, wait, I don't know that.
Yeah, you don't
I don't know that. Okay. Scratch that. Are you with the others still? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Let's see. So she heard R and others.
I mean,
I look, there's a lot of barriers. I gave you the option to telepathically communicate. I didn't say it was going to be easy.
Does she respond?
So trust me, it's just as hard as it is for you as it is for me.
He's like, you just hear back, what?
You hear what's and can.
Okay. She's trying to like figure out.
The missing words.
No. What? She just says the same word over to see if like that gets through.
All she hears is what. I think you said it like 15 times.
I'm trying to get Elliana to figure this out like in like a logistical way.
Give me a intelligence check.
Okay.
To see if you are picking up on what is happening.
Do I still have my heroic inspiration?
I'll allow it.
Okay, I'm gonna roll that again. Did you say intelligence? Okay. 19.
Okay. With the 19, you figure out that every fifth word is what she's hearing.
That's what I needed. Okay. Now Allie has to do the fucking math.
Yep.
Or I could just be fucking smart about it and say, tell, Ira. Like that. Like, just
Yeah, that's one way to do it. That's
Do it.
great.
2. Spread. Okay. Flossidus. Very, 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 very important.
Oh, this worked out greater than I thought it would.
She's trapped.
Now
Trap.
it's Noah's job in the audio to turn this into a song with some auto
It's a
tune.
rap. Elliana rapping, part 1.
That absolutely not. That will not be happening. Absolutely not. Maybe. No.
Tell R to that's it.
Stella doesn't know it's the
You, can, speak, in, 5, words.
Roll for intelligence.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if Stella understands.
I didn't understand that. I'm sitting right across from
even
you.
with a straight roll, that's a 17. So
Does
that's
Stella
still,
have a stat block?
I don't know.
I haven't made one yet.
Oh, okay.
Guys.
He rolled a straight 17. So you hear back. Oh, that makes sense.
She
Are
says
you okay?
5 times.
that makes.
I'm not gonna do that.
Can I speak like normal since we've established this, or do you still want me to keep saying 5 words?
Commit to the bit.
For the rap.
No. I'm. Trap. In.
Oh my god.
Hey. Dream.
Broken me.
Imagine if you had to say purgatory.
Purgatory.
Saying it to a rhythm.
That literally did sound like a
Yeah, you can speak.
no.
Dang.
Just takes me 5 times as long to say.
I know it's still funny. Though.
Yeah, and that makes it 5 times as funny.
Oh my god.
Funny. Jeez. Luke Heel's not here.
I'm trying to find a way out, but Flossidus needs power to help me.
That would take so long to say.
Yeah, a
know.
petal fell. That's how long it took her to say it.
I'm in the box. I can try to talk to Ira, but she doesn't let me out much.
What? Oh my god. The
Abuse.
You're terrible at pet sitting.
Technically,
She's in a massive, like, basically
I know it's like a
kinda-
pocket dimension ecosystem.
Yeah,
so
she has,
technically,
like, she can hunt, she can play, she can
I
jump
like
around,
to think
she can...
that Stella being is very like not necessarily like understanding of the social context of what she's saying. She's just like, yeah, I'm in the box, I'm fine, but I don't come out much.
like almost indirectly insinuating that Ira's like a bad pet owner and like doesn't let their pet outside enough. They're just trapped
Oyer
inside.
there?
I know, can you hear tones
No,
during all
she
of this?
lets him out.
Wow.
I needed him to hold up a tent, and then he went back in the box.
Or at least she let him out once.
I'm crying, y'all. This is amazing.
Can he get his mom to let you out?
I can try.
I'm still thinking of like saying it 5 times in a row. Try.
And back with the party as you guys have been riding for the time that you have, and you've reached the kind of the end of the 3rd day's journey. It is now nightfall once more. And as you guys settle in to make camp, to prepare, kind of get well rested for your journey finally into Luwere. The next morning, this is where we're going to end here. Thank you so much for joining us here at Off the Beaten Quest. And yeah, big shout outs to Pocket Bard for the great music. There was a lot of dramatic moments that the music kind of timed up, so it was really good. But as always, we thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe on all of our different social medias to stay up to date with what we are doing. And we will see you in the next episode.
Bye.
Bye, 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 bye.
Oh my gosh.
My name is Allie Goodell, and I am part of the filmmaking team on this podcast. I play Elliana Silmare. She is an Eladrin elf druid. She actually comes from a family of druids, and she is originally from the Feywild. Her family worships a goddess named Florenia. This was her whole world, was Florenia, was learning about Florenia and the balance of nature and eliminating abominations and the balance of just the world in general. But then when her village was attacked, she ended up going to the material plane, and things were not as they originally seemed. She kind of realized that she was indoctrinated as a child, and so as of right now, her character is still kind of naive, but she's constantly learning about the world around her and trying to figure out what her place is in the world when she finds out her whole religion has basically been a lie. I think one thing specifically to Elliana is that throughout her experience on the material plane, she's been struggling with finding what is right and what's wrong, the truth to things. So her trying to formulate that balance and how she fits in life, I think, is very important to her character. And so seeing the way she interacts with her new goddess, Flossidus, and just the world around her is interesting to me. This cast of characters is definitely something. I feel like there is a lot of chaos, but usually that tends to happen in a lot of D&D campaigns. I feel especially with Dawn and Lukiel's shenanigans, things get a little crazy, and that can be really entertaining. And I also feel like there are some great emotional moments between characters as well. I think there's a great balance that people are gonna love. You can find us at Off the Beaten Quest on all podcast platforms, as well as Twitch and YouTube, and you can also find us on our social medias.
Hi, I'm Allie Fussell. I am doing all of the marketing, project management, keeping everyone on track to get Off the Beaten Quest out into the world. I play level 8 paladin fighter Iraton. She is an unconventional paladin. When I built her, she's my first campaign character. When I built her like my favorite gaming characters. So she can kind of do a little bit of everything. She specializes with a longbow and 2 daggers, so she's pretty lethal at distance and up close. She also has a good bit of emotional stuff, which I think the audience can pick out pretty easily, where she loves her friends and her family deeply, but the way in which she does so is not always the way in which they are open to receiving. So she's having to learn and navigate a lot of that. She also has a companion that is a homebrew race called a hop owl. That's half rabbit, half owl. His name is Alyer. And is also in a relationship with an NPC that our DM / my husband created named Jax. So you'll get to hear all about that. So in the first few episodes, there are a lot of moments that are very interesting for Ira. One of them is a very special moment with Alyer where he has to make a choice on what his next steps will be. In addition to that, there's some pretty gnarly emotional turmoil that Ira navigates with one of her party members that I think will be interesting for everyone to hear and to listen to get some insight into her backstory. I think the audience is going to find someone in this cast that they relate to, whether it's someone that's just goofy and likes to have a good time, whether it's someone that's serious, that's trying to learn how to loosen up, or whether it's just someone that completely understands who they are and accepts themselves for that. While they might still feel like an outcast, they'll find a bit of themselves somewhere in this campaign and in this cast. You can find us on all major podcast streaming platforms, in addition to YouTube and Twitch, and all social media, which is linked in the caption right down here.
Hi, my name is Nina Neubauer, and my role with the podcast is to be the personality hire. I am loud, I am rambunctious, which helps with my character, but it also helps on the social media side of things. In the campaign, I play a barbarian furbolg. Her name is Dawn Heartsmead. She's about 8 feet tall. She's hot pink. She has pink hair, pink skin, and she has also like singed ends to her hair that's like kind of like reddish. She has a lot of questions in her life, but that's okay, and we're discovering them together. And she also loves to wield her great axe, which is super duper fun. She chants, she is a little unhinged at times, but she always brings a good time. I think everyone in the campaign wishes she was a little bit more polished, but let's be honest, she's not gonna be, so that's okay. We open up with something having to do with my character, and Dawn has been away from her home for a long time, and she feels like she's only been surrounded by questions and no answers recently in the last several years of her life. So keep that in mind when listening to it, that it's a very intense moment for Dawn, because she hasn't been around anything involving her home in 5+ years. Furbolgs are very community-based, and they love nature, they love the growth, they love their roots, and Dawn has not been able to have those things in many, many years. So keep that in mind when listening to the first couple episodes. Everybody has something or someone to relate to, because we're all very different and we all have a big dynamic, and I think it'll be kind of fun for the audience to discover everyone's role in the group as we continue on, and come along in the journey of discovering our own roles in the group, because I'm pretty new and Verity is pretty new, so we have a lot to discover as a group. So it'll be relatable for the past, and everybody will be excited to see the direction that we all take in the group. You can find Off the Beaten Quest on all major podcasting platforms, including YouTube, including Twitch, and don't forget to follow us on social media.
Hello, my name is Noah Dockery. I am in charge of all of the audio things that you hear in our podcast for Off the Beaten Quest, as far as the processing, mixing, and mastering of all the audio. I am playing the character Luwere. He is a level 8 bard. His race is an Aesimer as well, so he's part human, part celestial. There's a little bit of a connection piece with that as far as in the story. And also, he is from Cottageport originally, but he has since left Cottageport in hopes of finding better opportunity with his performance, with music, and also creating some new friends and making some new connections along the way, in some ways that he honestly might have not really expected. I think what you could probably expect from Luwere, especially starting out, is that he is not a great listener. He kind of wants to do his own thing sometimes, and some of that also involves he's a little bit particular about some of the things that he prefers. He's also very hungry and very particular about the foods that he is wanting to consume at any given time. So he's just generally very sporadic in nature. So, and I think that you guys will probably pick up on that pretty quickly. What a collectively just unique grouping of people as well as characters in this campaign. It's really honestly entertaining to see how it all comes together, to see how it all kind of ties in, because on paper a lot of that sort of stuff may not tie in super well, but in actual session and in performance, kind of as we go through these different story paths and these different sorts of winding roads, if you will, it kind of works itself out in a weird way. But yeah, it all kind of comes together really nicely. So you can find us at Off the Beaten Quest on our YouTube channel as well as our Twitch channel. You can find the podcast on all major podcasting platforms, and you can find our socials at the links provided in the caption below.
Hello, my name is Sarah Matlack. I'm kind of a flex role, and so I kind of jump from task to task, just wherever people need me, I'm there. I play a red tiefling named Verity Belladonna. Verity is a rogue warlock, kind of in the trickster fiend area, which can make things quite interesting. Verity does have a mother and a little sister. Her mother is Ilma and her sister is Nadine. She also has the blue human eyes. One of the cool things about Verity is that she is showing as a tiefling, but her mother is actually human. And so one of the things that I wanted to make sure that we had for her character arc and everything was that she had blue human eyes, just so we could have both representations of her father, who was a red tiefling, and her mother, who is human. We are a rowdy bunch, and I feel like with each character there is going to be someone you can connect to in a way. And that's another thing I love about this group, is that you can find a way to connect to them. Whether it's through an emotion scene, whether it's just getting drunk at a tavern, or climbing a tree. You just never know. Dreams can show someone your truest desires as well as your darkest fears. And so I would keep an eye out for those dreams and visions, because you might see them pop up every now and then throughout the series. You can find us on all major podcasting platforms, including our Twitch, YouTube, and other social medias.
My name is Justin Fussell. I am the game master for Off the Beaten Quest. Outside of being the game master, I do a lot of writing, world building, filmmaking. Me and my wife, we run Imagistorm Productions together. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun just incorporating a lot of the world building and writing that I do into this, building this campaign overall. It's been really interesting to kind of take the filmmaking background and kind of apply it to being a game master, because essentially a lot of like the players are the actors and you're setting scenes and you kind of just let them freeform in the space versus just any like preconceived dialogue. So it's a lot of fun just to kind of see, you put the situations in their hands and just kind of see what they come up with. I enjoy playing D&D with this group because they're like my found family. It's been, I love everybody that sits at this table. It's been a lot of fun to just be able to kind of build this world with them together. A lot of the way I incorporate this with a lot of the players and the story and stuff has been a lot of collaboration, seeing how their stories intertwine with what I have planned and vice versa. It's going to be a very interesting to see how the people receive everybody. Everybody's got its own different flair, and the way that this team is made up of very colorful characters, I think everybody's going to love them. They're going to find something to laugh with and have fun with, and it's going to be really good. In the campaign, I play a lot of the different NPCs, of course, but the main one that I play is Jax. He's a fighter monk druid, and he came from a tribe of changelings that existed in the Fey realm and kind of had some backstories with different things and different interconnected characters. He's become a love interest and boyfriend of Hira's character. And if you want to know more about Jax's backstory and kind of how it's interconnected with the whole story, you can always check out the prologue. I chose to do a homebrew setting versus an existing campaign just because it was something where I could kind of really just expand and create a universe. I wanted to have something that I can build upon. I honestly like to be able to throw twists and stuff at the players. I think that's the biggest thing I think is really fun. There's a lot of ideas of what's going to happen, where things are going to go. Just as much as they can improv in a setting, I can do the same, and it kind of allows for a lot of really good back and forth. Definitely, if you've checked the prologue, there's some things that happen in episode 62 that is a little bit of an Easter egg that even the players haven't figured out yet, which has been really nice. But it's going to come back around eventually, and it's going to be a really big aha moment. But I think that's one of the biggest things to look out for. It'll be a very blink and you'll miss it kind of moment. But other than that, just being really on the lookout for a lot of just the backstory and the things and how this is going to be building up to as we get into the next arc of the campaign. So they can find us on any of the major podcasting platforms, as well as our social medias and Twitch and our YouTube. Hello and welcome back to Off the Beaten Quest. Thank you so much for joining us. There's a lot of D&D podcasts out there, but you chose this one, and we're dry clean only. We are going to jump back in with our adventurers who kind of spent the last few days in game traveling to the town of Luwere. They have now, on day 3, taken the chance to camp, and all the while Elliana is going through her own little Groundhog Day type scenario in Thanatura's makeshift reality cage, if you will. But without further ado, we're going to kind of jump right back into this. So, you all are making camp for the third night amidst this journey. Kind of getting down for a rest before you kind of make the next part of the last little bit, which is the kind of once the morning hits, you can kind of make your way into Luwere, which isn't far from you where you are now. But yeah, what is everybody doing?
How does Elliana look?
At this point, her hair has gone like completely white, or what makes up a good majority of it. Frost covering the skin, it's almost like shimmering in the light.
I love when you do that. She's like, I'm going to be my character.
You're going to be dead. Or unconscious.
In between.
But yeah, what's everybody else doing?
By the fire. Stressing over Elliana. One more time.
I can't remember if I had started to build the tiny hut again.
We haven't.
No.
We had we just finally got here and kind of settled in.
I think that's it. The fire's already going too, because Jack's built. Okay, so Lukeel's then going to proceed to not use the spell slot for Leoman's tiny hut, but he's just going to start to do that. It's taking a duration of about 10 minutes to do. So,
okay.
Ira is feeling reminiscent after her conversation the night before with Dawn about her childhood horses and things, and so she's going to hang out with the horses for a bit.
Oh.
Okay.
What did I name my horse again? Fifi?
Fifi.
Mm-hmm.
Phoebe?
Fifi.
Fifi, I was right.
And Verity?
I imagine Verity is just sitting by the fire, fiddling with her knives. Or daggers, I should say.
Okay. Elliana, go ahead and roll a d20 for me, please.
Why is there a D6 in my D20 bag?
Blasphemy.
oh boy,
It's the audacity.
yeah.
I know they're tiny, they're cute.
Just
Okay.
like Elliana.
I'm going to have you roll one more for me, please.
We going deep.
Okay. All right.
She has a solid core.
Versus a liquid core.
Sorry, that's what I meant. She has a liquid.
I know, I was like, wait,
I was like,
what?
are all dice solid core?
Yeah.
I was like,
okay.
I gotta see that now.
All right. So, yeah, what is the game plan for as far as this camp evening?
So Lukeel's looking around, and in relation to where the camp is, I would imagine that he's building the tiny hut probably around like maybe 20 to 25 feet from the fire itself.
Yeah.
But in relation to where the party is, where is Elliana?
Dawn, did you set her down somewhere? Or?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do
So you're holding her?
So Dawn's by the fire with Elliana
Yeah.
in hand.
Okay.
Do you take Elliana absolutely everywhere?
I mean, do you set her down to go to the bathroom?
That's my question.
Yeah, I was
That's
like,
my
I don't
question.
like the way that. No.
Then what do you do? Just like prop her up to watch?
No, I lay her down.
And that's
What?
Jax.
Oh, okay. I was like, no, I just set her by. She's fine. I just set her by the, where we're sitting. I just lay her down and then I come back. To
I
her.
would hope you don't go to the bathroom where we're sitting.
No.
Okay, all right.
I think
all right,
at
sorry.
least one of us would have noticed.
I think so. Anyway.
You're all like, oh, it's strange. I haven't seen Dawn go to the bathroom in 3 days.
I would say that Luke Heel is just kind of getting a closer look in on Eliana's condition of kind of what she's looking like and how she's like kind of progressed into like her further like sort of like frozen state and sort of like comatose like state. He, since obviously before we had left, when we were in the cabin, he had cast Sending, and he is entertaining the thought of casting Sending again, to sort of give Eliana an update if she's able to even like receive this message, that we are on our way to bring her to where we're all going, which I have forgotten the name of, but I know it's where we're Luwere. To try and
get that before sending the
yes,
message.
yes. So, he's going to sort of
You still have detect thoughts, right?
I
thought you had that spell.
believe so.
Yes, because he used it
Yeah.
on Verity.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
I do. Mm-hmm. Yep, at the second level. So yeah.
Okay, so you're going to cast
I'm
Sending?
not, I'm not exactly sure how detect thoughts would play into that though.
Have you considered maybe giving it a shot, Lukiel?
Is that Ira asking that?
Yes. No, that's a godly figure outside of the world.
Well, because there would be nothing for there. Would
How
be
do you know?
There'd be no sort of force to like make Lukiel think about detect thoughts because his train of thought would just be focused in on like Sending. Like somebody would
Okay.
have to be able to ask and say like, hey, like someone within the party, like obviously him as like DM, like I have detect thoughts, but like Lukiel doesn't really remember and he's not thinking about it right now. So somebody would have to make him remember that he has that and be like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
So,
So you are going to send. What message are you going to send?
well, that's before I do that. I'm going to speak with the group, with the party. It's everyone here around the fire. Hey guys, I just wanted to just ask you guys. I'm thinking about sending Eliana another message, and didn't know if there was anything that you guys wanted to have me place in the message to her, other than what I was going to place in there myself. I didn't know there's.
What were you gonna put in there?
Just kind of letting her know that we're bringing her physical form to Luwere to try and fix what's going on with her. So we're about. What'd you say about we're like halfway there, like 3/4? It's a 4. You said 4-day journey originally before we left, so we're about 3/4 of the way there.
We were cutting off time because we got the horses. It was 4 days by foot.
So
okay.
to recollect, you had traveled a full day
Mhm.
before the first night rest.
Yeah.
Then you traveled a second day.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've traveled a third day.
Yeah.
And now it's in the night rest. So essentially, the next leg of this would be getting into the entrance of the town.
Yeah.
It is not going to take us like a full 10 hours travel time.
Right.
In theory, by when you guys wake up the next morning, get on the horses and travel, it would only be a few more hours before
Yeah.
you need to get there. So,
So, just kind of just letting her know that we are almost to Luwere and we're gonna try and unfreeze her. So,
Okay.
Hopefully we might get a response back from her potentially, and in regards to what she might have going on right now versus what she had going on before. So if anything's changed, we are aware or have been made aware by her. So
Before you send it, can I get Stella out in case there's she has some kind of a reaction that she might be able to tip you off that
Didn't she
she's gotten the message.
talk to her before?
Hmm?
Didn't Stella communicate with her before? Or go there?
was that with the familiar?
Mm-hmm.
'Cause she,
But did she leave? Oh, because
she woke up and said something about... She changed when we were at the lady's
Yeah.
cabin. She said something about Elliana.
Yeah.
everyone open to that? Everyone good with that?
Yeah,
I
so
don't-
that
I don't
she knows what's
see-
happening.
Yeah, I don't see
Yeah.
why not.
So she pulls the box out, opens it. I would assume Ollier would flutter out just because the box is open. He's
Yeah.
crazy, psycho. And then I guess Stella pops out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Stella comes out. She kind of does the fox bark.
She's timid or anything, or
She's kind of
apparently I abuse her and keep her locked up in a box all day.
She's like, finally, I'm out.
She's
I'm out of this
barking and
fucking
kind
box.
of kind of going in circles and kind of moving around a lot.
Oh,
Does she look
Yeah.
Frantic?
Yeah, in a sense.
I better roll really freaking well on my perception check later. I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
Whoa. Hello. Hi.
Elliana, talk to me.
What?
Is
She in there? Is she in here? She's pointing into the box.
No, she sent me a message. It was weird. I only got a few words every so often, but it eventually turned into a concise message.
Would you like to share with the team what?
She's in some thing that Thanatura is doing. She keeps reliving the same thing over and over again.
Okay.
She said something about Flossidus in spreading Flossidus, or it could have been flossing. I don't remember.
Probably Flossidus. Did she tell you why?
Something about power. She needs power. Needs help. It was really weird.
spreading Velocitus? We're not about to go into this town and evangelize for Velocitus, are we?
Mira's ugh. She goes back to whenever we first met Elliana, and Elliana was just this good little Church of Latter-day Saints, good little evangelical girl.
Yeah.
But she also kind of realizes that she wouldn't ask without reason.
Right.
Likely.
Mm.
This is a very strange way to
Did she tell you anything else?
get her point across.
A way to help her, maybe? Get her out of where she is?
That's all she said. I don't know anything else.
Okay, well, our game plan and why you're kind of here in danger. She looks around. It's dark outside. Lukiel is going to try to send another message.
Okay.
And if you feel anything from Elliana, we want you to tell us. Any reaction on this side.
Okay.
Cool. That was easy.
Okay.
Baby.
I can see her wagging her tail, and she's slightly spinning. It's okay.
But it's her tail's down. It's the low, nervous
Yeah.
wag.
Cutie.
All right. So what are you going to say?
Boy.
Oh, wait, Lukiel. I also want you to tell her to hang in there.
We're trying to We're trying to make it so that she doesn't have to hang in there. We're trying to get her out of there.
Yeah.
Right. Well, no,
she's there
the
now.
point of hang in there is stay brave.
Stay alive.
Like, stay
Lukiel
alive.
just like does not understand like the expression. He's just like so like we're
really
just
are.
we're trying to get her out. We're not trying to keep her in.
You really are just a pretty face, aren't you, Lucio? Because I feel like hang in there would be a pretty common.
Lukiel's like, I'm gonna try to not take complete offense to that.
You're so logical, and it's so great, but just words of encouragement for her.
So that
You don't have to say the exact hang in there. Just encourage her to continue to push through the challenges she's facing
inspire.
with less words.
Do you want to send the message?
I'm not that magical. We already discussed this.
Inspire her.
Inspire her! Verity.
How would I inspire somebody on a different plane?
You've already done it, but you didn't realize you did it.
Maybe play some music
We don't know
again while you're sending the sending.
Yeah.
Sending in a song. That's so good.
I don't
Can you
know if that
send?
would really pertain to
Do the tune of Journey's Don't Stop Believing.
Sing a song.
You can sing the sending.
How do you want to send the message?
I think I'm gonna have to take this into my own hands.
Hey,
Like, well,
he
I tried to-
opened the floor, okay?
Yeah, I was confident that I was like,
Spread
man, we're all gonna
floss
really
is
like
right,
find
not
the best
Aarencia.
way to send the best message. And nope. So cool.
Right, 25 words.
I don't have to specify that it's me sending the message.
No,
do
she
I?
knows it's
My
you.
first 3 words don't have to say this is Lukiel, right?
No, she knows it's you. yeah.
Perfect. Because that would seem like a waste. We are nearly to everyone counting. I'm counting too. We are nearly to Luwere. We are going to do everything in our power to bring you back to us. Don't lose hope. Stay strong.
Pony boy.
Excuse
Doesn't
me?
get the last part of
Nina.
that. It's
What?
already 25.
No, let's stay golden, Pony Boy.
Oh, I was trying to think of that this whole time, and doesn't he die?
Well,
Anyway.
yeah.
So
Shit.
I'm gonna have you roll an Arcana check.
Okay.
Can I guide him?
When he's dying,
No.
doesn't he?
What?
It has to do with his sending spell, so you can't guide in that. Womp womp.
Okay. I guided
The
him
womp
before.
womp.
I guided him last time.
Did you just say womp womp?
Sure.
Yeah, add a D4.
Thank
Because I guided you last time.
Oh, not 20. So plus a 2.
Plus
So.
your Arcana modifier.
Plus
Oh, yeah.
Arcana.
So another 2.
20. So 24. But since it's a nat 20, that's critical. So,
It doesn't go through. No, I'm just kidding.
bro, I'm like, what is the?
Riot. Sorry, I made you roll and it didn't even matter. So.
It's like, oh yeah, cool, nat 20. Yeah, what a waste, right? Huh? What about that?
So you send
Ridiculous.
this message, and yeah, what are you going to do afterwards?
Pray.
Patiently wait for a
Patiently wait.
response. I'm not gonna be like,
Okay.
man, I wonder when they're gonna send the response.
What's for dinner?
Well, aren't you hungry, Verity? This is a change of pace.
See,
I'm
I-
usually the one that's hungry.
See, I've spoiled you all. And Jack's like shakes his head.
Don't be so good at cooking and killing people.
I think it's just the cooking.
Okay.
But only in that order, not the reverse order.
Okay.
Cannibalism.
Just highly
Cooking
frowned
and
upon in
killing
most
people.
societies.
Listen, I was just trying to break the ice. I mean, I think Ira's going to keep a close eye on Stella.
Yeah.
So just in case, like, she gets something at any point in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
Has it been 10 minutes?
Yes and no. I mean, I guess it's been like
Yes and
8
no?
minutes. It's like almost been 10 minutes.
Okay, because I want to talk to Stella. Is why I'm asking that question. So I have a request, Stella.
Okay.
It could be a while before we get a response from Elliana if we get one.
Okay.
If we get one in the middle of the night, I want you to wake me up.
Does that mean you're going to leave me out?
I swear to God, if you run away,
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
Do you run away?
Technically, I did. Technically, I did from
It's
home.
getting shady in here.
What is nighttime?
Is that what people do? Do people run away? Is that like a thing?
It can be, yeah.
Am I supposed to?
No,
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
no,
I
no.
I didn't think so.
Absolutely
It sounds
not.
bad.
I
It
love
is
that this
bad.
is Stella's like demeanor of like, what is that? Am I supposed to do that?
It's just Allie G as a companion.
No comment.
With love, always with love.
Always.
Love you.
Is that it?
Just wake me up,
Yeah.
no
got
matter
that.
what.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't be grouchy.
I make no promises for the first 2 seconds before I open my eyes and then realize it's you.
Where did the sun go? Jeez, it is
So
cold in here.
Well, I do have a hut that you can be in. It's quite warm, so
Oh, thank you, Lukiel.
yeah.
cool. Got it? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Do we normally move Eliana into the hut at night?
Yes,
Okay.
I go with her.
Okay. Okie pokey.
But I said that because Stella was throwing you some shade.
Stella just struggles with communication in general, which is okay.
Poor thing.
It's fine. She's
Okay.
Stella is autistic coded.
that's okay.
Okay. Jax comes back with some like I guess it's like the equivalent again, like to kind of like find some more like feather like birds that he can cook up and eat and stuff.
Has he just been holding on to that extra long bow that Ira had?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But you don't need to like take it out of your inventory or anything.
Okay.
He's gonna give it back.
He can keep it. I don't need it.
You don't know. So yeah, so he starts cooking that up, kind of preparing it like he kind of did before. But yeah. So meanwhile,
Yeah.
all right.
Meanwhile,
In this kind of dreamscape, at this point you've seen that quite a bit of the petals have fallen off this flower. There's about 16-ish left. Maybe closer to like 14 or 15. Hold on, let me do the math.
what did we establish? What kind of flower this
You
is?
started at 24.
100.
It started at 100 petals like in total.
25.
But I like how confident you were with the 24.
Because it's each flower. That's where I got it from.
25 of each color.
You know what?
Very close, though.
Still confident. Still wrong.
There's about 12 petals left.
Whoa, whoa.
Um,
On each or total?
in total.
Total.
Well, love you, babe, but
12 hours? Wait, 12 hours?
I don't know that.
12 hours.
Mathematically, we won't make it. We might not make it to what's it called on time?
Depending where in the timeline we're at.
Yeah, it depends on how long it takes to get to Luwere from where you are.
Time also moves different in different planes. We're also not where Elliana is.
Yep.
So we don't
This
know.
is not about us.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't care that I don't know. Concern level is at an all-time high.
Sorry, I had asked this earlier. Did we ever establish what kind of flower this is? Or
No.
if it's like a homebrew style?
It's a homebrew flower, yeah.
It's a
Okay.
chrysanthemum.
Got a lot of petals.
It's got a lot of petals. It had 25 of 4 different colors, essentially.
Gotcha.
It was 25 teal, 25 goldenrod, 25 like a hunter kind of green, and 25 like a ice blue.
Mm.
And it's gotten to the 12 that are left are the ice blue petals.
Ooh, I gotcha.
Did you just put it together?
No,
I'm just kidding.
I'm.
I
Do you-
figured knew.
Do you have something else to say, or can I do?
Yeah, I mean, what have you been up to?
I
in
have
this-
Well, I had an idea, but I didn't know. I was like, I don't want to interrupt.
No, you're good.
This is not gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. Can I look at the flower in my hand, and can I cast Druidcraft to try and make some of the petals come back?
You do, but nothing happens.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
Didn't think so.
yeah.
I thought I thought you were going in a different direction, but interesting.
No.
Oh. I was going, oh.
But yeah, what have you been up to amidst the time frame that you've been in this kind of?
I would like to try. I'm trying to pull out all the stops because, like, I can see time is aging this flower.
Yeah.
And that is not a good sign. I don't know what it means, but I'm losing a lot of petals and doesn't seem great. I'm going to try to cast, because of what I've heard from Lukeel's one message, the first message I got, that I'm, like, unconscious and, like, I'm going to try cast Spare the Dying on myself in this plane and see if that does anything.
It's definitely not anything that we have. I wish I had that spell.
Interesting.
Huh.
Remind me again that's not the one where you like fall to 0.
Choose a creature within range. So myself, I'm in range. That has, but this is where it, depending on how you rule it, that has 0 hit points and isn't dead. The creature becomes stable.
Oh.
Yeah, that would have no effect in what
Damn.
you're doing right now.
Gotcha. I have pulled out a lot of stops, and it hasn't really been super effective. I'm going to try changing into a bird with my wild shape.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Whoa.
I'm going to try and stretch the confines of this plane and see how far I can fly up, if there's like a barrier I hit or like
Oh my
something.
God.
Like trying to see if I'm like confined in this area, if there's somehow an exit out in the sky or something.
That's thinking outside the box, dude.
I'm trying to get
My
outside
gosh.
of the box.
Yeah, definitely. Literally.
So you
Like an electric fence.
you use your wild shape to turn into this like to a bird.
Yes.
As you transform into this bird, you are immediately met with, as like your body begins to kind of like contort and shape into this, like feathers growing and things like that. The feathers immediately fall off. And essentially, so does like all the other muscle tissue and everything else, so that you are just like a skeleton of a bird. And then all of a sudden, the bones crumple before you are popped right back into Elliana's form.
Whoa.
Mm.
She like shakes
that.
herself out and it's like,
It's as if the
Well?
like the bird kind of like rapidly aged, like in a very quick matter of speaking.
Death God.
yeah.
Womp
I-
womp.
I mean,
Not the womp womp. Quit it with the womp womp. We need some hope. We need
With it
some
with the womp womp.
Oh.
And
Why does everybody get things and I never get there until it is said?
I need to inspire.
Oh, that's what you got?
I said we need some hope. We need some, and then I almost said inspiration.
when I like reset, can I prepare different spells or no?
No.
Okay, I didn't figure, but I thought I'd ask.
God dang it. Has Elliana gotten this freaking message yet? God damn.
I'm assuming Nye hasn't said anything.
Well, Keel's getting impatient. He's like tapping his toes.
Lukeo, impatient? No.
I'm going to just walk out and I'm going to walk out of the house into the destruction of everything happening around me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to start shouting to the townspeople that Florenia is the usurper god, Thanatura. And just shouting that out, trying to expose her to these people. She does not know what else to do.
As you walk out into the street,
As people are dying around me.
you exit the house, and it's kind of almost as you go past the threshold, you find yourself in your autumn form, and you are seeing the destruction and chaos that you had saw in the second kind of memory of all this. And you're seeing that nobody around you can hear you or understand what you're saying. And you're seeing the same kind of image of your mothers and sister kind of dealing with Thanatura, and your sister coming back in this starry form and pulling your two mothers through the kind of starry dimension door and escaping, or at least leaving this area.
And with this door,
Mm-hmm.
can I try to slip through it before it closes?
Make a athletics check.
Okay.
I think to see how fast you can run, maybe.
Acrobatics check?
You gonna somersault there?
She does have Misty Step.
Let's see.
Full half spring.
It was I
Or
could
back
utilize.
handspring.
I thought about utilizing that as well. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get there. What's my athletics? That's a flat 13, and then if it takes it, I will also do a Misty Step to get there.
Okay. So you make it to this door just before it closes, and you kind of try to go through. As you end up through the door, you find yourself 500 feet away from this space
Okay.
where your mothers and sister kind of have came out the other side, and you see them kind of limping, and kind of trying to slowly moving through the now twilight domain to where they've gotten into.
Whoa. Okay.
And they're slowly kind of making their way through as they encroach upon a field of tall grass.
Both Allies just made eye contact.
I got that prickly finger in my fingers when you said that.
Dealt with this before.
memory unlocked.
And as they get close to this field, they stop for a moment before.
Don't tell
going
you
into
you
the
killed
grass.
my mother in the grass.
In the blood
Don't
grass.
you fucking tell me you killed my mom in the grass.
Much like Jack's Let Me Cook.
In the grass.
And you see this kind of your sister kind of stop for a moment, and she kind of begins to kind of do some somatic components, and all of a sudden a thin blue line like stretches to the sky, and it parts open as like a large kind of blue rectangle of energy kind of like forms in front of the two moms and her, and you see as she kind of like stops to kind of like help the mother, help your mother Freona up, like kind of like to get her back on her feet, and you kind of move to try to catch up with them, right? Like to get closer, as you see a gray hand grab the arm of your mother, and then everything resets. And you're back in the kitchen in your spring form. Or summer form. No, spring. That's right. I had it right. And as you're reeling from this, a message from Lukiel comes through in your head.
Yay! And I have a question for you after this message. For DM, not for Elliana.
Okay.
After these messages.
So the message comes through and you hear what he said.
Which was, we're on our way to
Luwere.
And we're going to try to unfreeze you and bring you back.
I guess. Don't know how to get out. Running out of time.
This isn't what I'm thinking that I'm going to try and do is not going to work.
Aarencia is ciphering Flossidus's power. Siphoning. What did I say?
Cipher. I was like decoding.
Siphoning her power. Somehow need to break her out. I love you guys.
Okay. So you send this message out. What do you do? How do you proceed?
She's going to look down at this flower in her hand. And against her better judgment, she's going to pluck a petal herself to see what happens.
Give me a strength check.
Okay.
God dang.
That's what Ira would have done.
That's a natural one.
The petal doesn't move.
Guys.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Pertaining to sending, since she received the message and she also sent a message, can I exercise? And there's an explanation behind this that I'm going to ask you and get your feedback about. Can I at least attempt to try and exercise and expend one use of my bardic inspiration towards Elliana? Because her physical form is here with us. And within the terms of bardic inspiration, it says you can inspire another creature within 60 feet that can see or hear you.
Oh, yo.
So I sent the message. She heard the message. She sent the message back. So.
Well, we haven't gotten to the part if you get it or not. So, just going to put that out there.
That does
not
not
saying that you
nullify.
won't.
That does not. That
doesn't nullify what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that you don't know what her response is technically yet.
But that's her speaking. She did hear.
She did hear it.
We don't know that.
But you don't know that.
We don't know that.
Right. But for argument's sake. And bardic inspiration.
And
that's all.
when we come back to you guys, we'll get into that. Okay?
Okay, because I have a really, because I'm thinking.
I see where you're
I'm doing some thinking here, because I'm like, depending on how these dice roll, that could certainly be pretty useful.
Yeah.
So
we will get to that.
Yeah.
So you are unable to pull a petal from this flower.
She feels like she's tried so much and has not gotten very far, and she's just going to. It felt like it was doing something. It felt like something was happening when she was at least trying to draw out these constellations. She's going to go back and do this again, but in her head she's, I guess out loud almost, she's going to be like, Placidus, please, can you tell me what to do to save the both of us? I'm trying.
As you draw these constellations, each star you put on the paper, and you kind of as you finish the constellation, you put it up on the wall. As you go down to write the next one, the stars on the one that you just drew begin to light up slowly. And you hear it sounds like if you weren't paying attention, you would have missed it. It's like a needle dropping, right? You hear faintly in the mist.
I kind of figured a little bit, but I was like, Elliana would know how to do that. But now.
As we rejoin our adventurers. So you were asking about the bardic inspiration.
Yes, I was.
What do you say to attempt to inspire Elliana?
Ooh. I think that what would really strike a chord with her would probably be something really positive in relation to Stella.
Okay.
And something some sort of she's watching over her, and she's keeping her safe while she's going through what she's going through, and just being she's Stella is acting as a guardian angel of sorts for her.
Okay. Go ahead and
oh boy,
I'll let you do a performance check with this one.
Yes.
with
Guide. If I'm allowed to guide.
Yeah. The broken English. Yes.
Okay.
So that's 27, 28, 29. So 29.
29.
Yeah.
Let's go, Lukiel.
Lukiel uses this, the words of hope and talking on how Stella is there and kind of watching over as much as the rest of the party is watching over. And you feel, as you're writing these constellations, a wave of kind of energy that almost feels like it's amplifying the constellations. that you're drawing. As if these constellations are reaching out somewhere that you cannot see. And we're going to roll for who is going to be on watch.
Oh,
What does that mean?
like initiative.
Well,
but
we're going
just
to roll
on
for watches. So who's going to go on the first watch?
Oh, we don't just get to just say I'll go first.
You can. I'm not going to make you roll. I'm saying you roll for perception for whoever's watching. I said that wrong.
Oh, okay.
I phrased it weird. That's my bad.
Oh
I
god.
believe in you.
Who's going to take the first watch?
I got a 17, so I don't know what that means.
Yes, well, weekend at Bernie's you, and everybody goes to sleep and see what happens.
I think Lucio went first.
So you're going to go first?
I mean, I got a 17 for my roll.
No.
so-
We're not rolling for it.
It was worded weird.
I worded
Oh,
it.
well.
I worded it dumb. I know word good.
Yeah, I'll keep first watch actually, just so that like if there's by perchance like if I happen to like if the message that Elliana was attempting to send comes through,
Okay.
I'll be on watch to be able to be like alert, so that if I do receive that message from either if it's Stella or if it's through some other means or medium, like I'll be able to
Okay.
receive that.
Hey, Lucio.
Yeah.
Before I go to bed, just so you know, I told Stella that if she gets anything from Elliana to wake me up. So if you see her coming to wake me up,
Yeah.
something's happened.
Okay. Noted.
Jax will stay up with the first watch as well. For the
Boys'
first 2 hours.
night.
Is everybody else going to go to sleep?
Ira is going to meditate.
Yeah.
She's going to deal with something she hasn't dealt with yet. She's going to try to reach out to Nylea.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Okay.
Dawn takes Eliana into the hut and goes to sleep.
Okay.
Verity's gonna sleep too.
Okay. So the rest of you are going to go to sleep and / meditate.
Lucille's going to expend a ration from his...
I love that you're keeping up with that.
Yeah. Using them rations, man.
Because I was like, man, if I'm out on watch, I'm going to be sitting out here for a while. I'm like, some snacks would be cool, having some jerky or like something like that would be... So, yeah, I'm going to take one of those out of my inventory.
So we will roll for perception to see what happens on this 2 hours.
Oh, boy.
You already rolled a 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you said perception?
Yeah.
Well, my modifier's a 7, so it's a 9.
It's a
But
9.
It's not great, but it's not like the worst.
Jax rolled a 17.
Oh, well.
So combined.
Did Jax roll a 17 or did
So-
Cole roll a 17?
So for consistency's sake, if our perception roll is like way lower than our passive perception, should we just take the passive perception or should we just stick with the roll?
It's not always the case.
Okay.
I've never understood what the difference is in when to use what, to be honest.
It's in theory the way you're talking about it makes sense, right? That even if you like are trying to see something,
Right,
and
if you
don't,
just naturally
but you
perceive
will
things
stay
better.
aware
Yeah.
of things. Yeah. A lot of it is like something where like if you're trying to be snuck up on or something like that, or somebody tries to pickpocket you, you
Gotcha.
are kind of always just passively aware
Just like
of
awareness.
Yeah.
Yeah, a passive check is a special kind of ability check that doesn't involve any die rolls. Such a check can represent the average result for a task done repeatedly, such as searching for secret doors over and over again, or can be used when the DM wants to secretly determine whether the characters succeed at something without rolling dice, such as noticing a hidden monster.
So basically, no. For this case, since it's not like a repeated thing, it's just like a one. Okay.
Essentially, it's something where like
I don't see shit then.
yeah, but Jax is keeping a good watch.
Sweet.
I
mean,
so
snacks.
This 2-hour stint is uneventful
Damn it.
and goes
That's
off
not what I wanted.
without a hitch. But Jack's sitting at the fire with like Lukiel, kind of says, I know we're going to be at Luwere soon, and I have a bad feeling about the Fey Crossroad situation. If there is one in this town,
Why would there not be?
well, they don't happen everywhere. They kind of move around and are in different places. It's a good way of people to get to and from the Fey realm, which is kind of what I'm worried about. If that's the case, then I just hope that I'm wrong.
I also hope that you're wrong. So
It just brings up a lot of stuff, and
yeah, it could certainly flip our plan completely upside down on its head. So,
well, it takes a skill, like a thing, to access it, right? So it's not something where you can just walk into it on it. You kind of have to open it. But people know how to do that, and it's those people that I'm hoping are not near this one, at least.
Okay.
It's just family stuff, I guess.
Like your family?
I guess you could call it that.
Okay, so, but we're here to unfreeze Elliana, though. So,
And it was told that her sister could potentially have gotten to Luwere from a Fey Crossroad. So,
okay.
if there's a bridge, I just hope that certain people haven't crossed it. Let's put it that way.
And what if they have?
I guess we'll have to find out.
When we get there?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
We will. It's just, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's important to try and stay hopeful in this time so that we know,
Yeah.
the morale doesn't, we don't start losing out hope. We're like, well, what's the point? This could happen, this could happen, this could be this could be that. It's like,
and he says under his breath, you can roll for perception if you want to try to hear.
oh yeah, definitely.
Let's just hope we don't lose more than that.
That is a 19.
Ah!
Okay. You hear him say that.
Oh yeah. What sorry, can you repeat that? What are you saying? Hello?
The tribe that I came from uses them to come to the material realm to kill, steal, further their own interests however they need to. And I'm just hoping that we don't run into any of those people.
Yeah, upon that further explanation, I also hope that we don't. But it would be really strikingly surprising if they just so happened to show up at the exact same time that we did. Not sure. I mean, I don't really know exactly the likelihood of that, because that would really have to be like pretty perfectly timed for them to be there at the same time as we are.
You'd be surprised. I didn't necessarily leave.
Unless they have some sort of like intuitive knowing of like who's where when.
And he kind of like turns his head and he lifts up the hair on the back of his head. And you see this like kind of almost like a scar. And it's a sigil that is carved into the back of his neck. So I'm not really sure what a sigil is. A sigil is like a symbol.
Oh.
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh boy, my Arcana modifier is only a +2, so let's hope we roll high. No, we didn't. We got a 5. So
A 5.
Yep, I've not seen this.
You
shit in my life.
recognize the symbol as a school of magic symbol, but you don't know which one.
So that then prompts me to be like, what's got going on right here?
This is a a location talisman.
So you have a tracker on you, is what you're saying?
In this matter of speaking, I guess.
We're gonna have to leave you behind. Goodness.
No. Typically,
clearly you're a pretty dangerous asset to our operation right now because they could be.
What are we? Black Ops?
She's meditating. No. Typically, they can't find me without being in a certain proximity. But it's something that our tribe, each of us have one to keep track of each other. And it's not something that we can just remove.
It feels like, gosh, I have so many questions, but I don't have the capacity to ask all these questions, and you probably don't have the capacity to answer all these questions. Gosh.
Just
so if there are people from your tribe that are there, how close are we going to be having to get to them for them to be knowing where you are?
It's usually a couple 100 feet, but
okay.
Yeah, especially if they haven't came over from the Fey realm in a long time, there's not a likelihood that they'll know.
Well, when was the last time that they did?
Do
you know?
I mean, not long before I left, but that was quite a bit ago.
Okay. And what do you recall the frequency in which they would be going there?
They typically come to the material plane pretty often.
So the likelihood's pretty high, is what you're saying. That's great. That's so good.
Look, honestly, I'm just...
Why didn't you say anything about this before? We're literally almost there. You could have stayed at the cabin with the weird lady.
Why do you think I got so pissed off when somebody mentioned it on the boat? That there was a Fey crossroads that we were going to be coming across?
I don't know. Dude, you know that I need, you got to tell me straight up. I'm not just going to be, connecting dots like that.
Telling you now.
Well, dude.
I want you, just promise me to have my back. And then if something happens.
Now we're traveling with a liability when we're on a mission to save our friend.
I mean, we have been since we picked up Verity, but that's beside the point.
So two liabilities now. I mean, I guess we technically kind of are, but man. I wish it would have just been more direct, man. I don't.
Well, I mean, not many of us are forthcoming with our past. To be honest. So.
What do you mean? I'm not forthright with my past?
Just everybody in general. Just kind of.
It just kind of seemed like it's more or less like you're making that a point to highlight that I'm not. It feels like.
No, I'm just saying everybody doesn't. When it talks about a lot of stuff. It's baggage, man. We all carry stuff.
I know. Carrying about 87 pounds of it right now, so.
Well, it was a pleasure confiding in you.
Yeah, I'm not. Have you told anyone else in the part? Is this the first time you're telling anyone directly about this whole
Era?
Does Era know?
No.
Oh my! How are you gonna explain this to her? What are you gonna say? What are you gonna tell her?
I'm hoping that I can just handle it before she finds out.
So, but we're not trying to be keeping. We're not trying to keep secrets. And I'm honestly kind of offended that you've been keeping this a secret from me. Because I'm like, man, boys' night, man. Come on. We've bonded and we've talked and we've been.
Says the guy who took how long to tell us that some imaginary secret person was following you around this entire time?
Okay, but that's not a location tracker on the back of my neck that could put my entire team in danger.
How do you know?
Because you're telling me this right now, and you're telling the implications of what this means.
How do you know that this imaginary friend of yours isn't up to something?
How do you know? How does anyone know?
Exactly.
I don't know. No one knows.
How loud are they being?
I was about to say, like, I feel like.
Because
raising
Ira
voices.
is just meditating. She's not asleep.
You can make a perception check.
Oh man.
Can I also make
You
a
can make a
This would
comment.
fucking oh my god! Please, that would be incredible for Jax to be found out right now.
Natural 20?
Oh,
All right.
wow!
So yeah, I mean, you
Let's
overhear
get spicy.
a commotion.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
And do
I like how
have
you
some
rolled your
stuff to be
guidance
telling
as if you
Nira?
can guide yourself when you're meditating. It didn't matter that you rolled that 20s.
That's 20.
Man,
Plus 7 plus 1. Just 28 total.
So you
Jax is not gonna like this.
are paying attention to the fact
Shouldn't have
that,
been so goddamn loud.
Lucio was raising his voice amidst all of this.
As he
do you
does.
try to roll for perception?
I would love
You're sleeping outside, so I don't
boy.
think.
The whole.
That is also a natural 20.
Hey, no way!
Plus
Oh
8, so
my
that's a 28.
Gosh,
So
that's 28.
Let's
go. All right.
What are the odds, man?
Okay.
It's almost like this is a very important turning point in this whole entire plot line of this whole entire journey that we're on right now.
Dawn
That's-
was not. I don't care. I want to sleep, but for the plot, I'm gonna roll.
So you're gonna take a level of exhaustion.
Technically,
For the-
she can
I
be
know,
up
I'm
for
just-
2 hours.
for the
You
sake
just
of-
can't take a
Yeah.
watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just rolling to see what happens. Honestly, I hope I don't wake up.
Do not.
We're in the
Oh.
clear.
Well, what's your
Oh.
perception, though?
Yeah.
The 17.
17. Dawn does not wake up.
Oh, thank God.
Damn.
Deal with this on your own, kids.
I feel like
Oh,
she,
we
like,
s-
stirs a little.
Yeah, she just kind of like grabs Elliana like a teddy bear and just kind of rolls back to sleep.
Yeah. Yes.
It's like when the kid's trying to wake up Totoro.
So, Verity and Ira wake up to Lucio like raising his voice and stuff.
Ira
boy.
is frustrated because she's trying to, like,
Yep.
do something.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
What is the problem?
Oh. You want to know what the problem is?
Yes. She
Well-
looks at Jax and just makes, like, just eye contact. Like,
Yeah, I don't think I have to be the communicator on this one.
It's nothing.
But is it though? Is it nothing?
you're weirdly quiet.
God, this is so intense. Oh my god.
y'all were really loud.
Yeah.
Why?
Lucio got overly enthusiastic.
Nope.
That didn't sound like
I
it.
am overly concerned actually at the moment.
We gonna do a
And
little.
I think that is something that Ira deserves to know why I am overly concerned. This isn't one of
and
my
no, she like sighs, and then looks at Drax because in her head she's also very female, and she's like, "Oh, well, that's another good one gone. He cheated."
Oh, no.
That's because she's female. She's not gonna think it's something, you know.
Bless.
Honestly, yeah.
To be fair, the way Lucille's like explaining it, I'd be like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ira deserves to know. Or she
Yeah.
deserves to know what?
Oh
I mean,
Jesus.
you can make an insight check.
I don't want to make an insight check.
Okay, you can just assume that's fine.
So what's the issue? She's kind of hoping they'll just be freaking men. Say it. Whatever the problem is.
So
Was your dinner like undercooked or something?
well I think that our friend Jax here has a little something to show you on his neck.
Did you get a new tattoo?
I feel like
Not exactly.
I feel like that's like you would know that that's there,
Yeah.
but maybe you would never have known what it was.
Yeah, it's possible like Ira has seen it, but she just because he has like tattoo sleeves.
Mhm.
that
Well, and he
she
also has
never.
like his hair's like longer. It has like so it's not like mine.
Dude's got a
where it's,
rat tail.
Like, well, no, it's not
No.
like mine where it's like kind of like buzzed.
It's cropped,
but
yeah.
It's kind of like it's almost like a long
Yeah.
kind of goes down.
Yeah, but I even think if she had seen it, like she wouldn't have, like she would have known it was a sigil,
And
but
to
she
be
wouldn't
fair,
have.
it's like the size.
Yeah, she wouldn't have thought it was
Like a
magic,
coin.
like that it would have anything.
He's got a lot of scars on his like torso and stuff
Yeah.
already,
Mm.
so, and back.
So
So what would be Ira's response?
I mean, what? So you say that, but what is like? How does Jax respond to that?
The scar on my neck, and
Okay,
he like, kind of like shows.
Uh
Um,
you've
and-
had that. That's not new.
Those who haven't seen it can make an Arcana check if they would like, but
But wait, there's more.
That is a natural one.
Oh well,
So
you don't
nobody
see
knows.
shit. You don't know
Um,
shit.
We're going away.
it's
Yep. Damn, I saw you drop that right in there, like so, like disappointedly.
Went from a natural 20 to a natural
Oh
1.
my gosh, the duality. Well,
She's balanced.
it's a location talisman.
From
My tribe.
the super crazy, insane ones that abuse the hell out of you and you.
Yeah.
That tracks.
That's kind of why I wasn't thrilled that we were going to be near a crossroad again.
That makes sense.
Um,
Why are you panicking? She looks at Lucio. Why are you panicking? You haven't met his tribe, so like you don't understand
Yeah, but why? Okay.
how like bad shit these people are.
Yeah, and we're about to walk into a very good chance of potentially running into them. Apparently,
What's-
again.
What's the actual likelihood?
if
Oh,
they're-
apparently it's really good.
Can,
Well-
okay, hey,
1 second.
love you. I'm talking to Jax.
you know
What's the actual
how
likelihood?
often they come to the material, right? They send people, they send teams all the time.
Mm-hmm.
If they're within a few hundred feet of me, they can. We all have it. They all do it to keep track of each other.
Well, what's to say that the crossroads is even still in Luwere?
That's why I was just trying to say that if it comes up, to have my back,
Oh,
because
okay.
I'll handle it before it becomes a problem.
Why didn't you say something?
Because there's bigger things at hand.
Yeah, but like, I'm more than happy to just take these people out.
And so am I, and I can handle it.
I know, but like,
It's my mess. I'm going to clean it up.
What was it that y'all told me in the tavern?
I didn't say anything.
This is my curse.
Share the burden, I believe. I believe
Mm.
Dawn said it.
Dawn's asleep.
She is. But the words remain.
It
Well-
wasn't your guys' burden to bear in the first place.
Well, it became my burden to bear the second we stepped foot in the Feywild, and you had to save us because we were dying from grass. Who dies from grass?
Did y'all have an allergic reaction?
It like
No, it's-
sticks you in the legs
It's blood grass.
and like sucks your blood out from you. It's the worst. 0 out of 10.
Anyway,
No.
This is fun. I would like to roll to see if I wake up.
Oh.
I do not wake up.
Damn.
Well, dear,
sleeping like a rock.
I need you to know. I get why you didn't say anything, Lucio. I need you to understand that just because we're together doesn't mean I'm entitled to every single one of his secrets. So there are probably still things about him I don't know. There are still things about me that he doesn't know yet. So I understand why you're concerned. I do.
Why would you not tell your partner everything? Like, why would you not just be upfront and honest?
Do you have... Okay, so there's stuff that just hasn't come up, and that doesn't seem. We haven't been near a fake crossroads since we left where I go to school. And to be honest, he hasn't been near a fake crossroads since then when he left without saying anything to his tribe.
Yeah.
He's not hiding stuff from me. It's just probably wasn't relevant until now, right?
I didn't think it would be for a while.
So
Just never got the hint that that was anything that would have been a connecting piece to where we're going and what we're trying to do now.
and
And
it's relevant and
all
it's
of-
come up. Because you, thankfully, were loud as mess for some reason, and I woke up and I got pulled out of my meditation. So I appreciate.
Because we're already running out of time, and Elliana's in trouble, and this is just going to add to what we have going on, and we could potentially lose Elliana. And I'm not trying to have that happen.
And then what will happen then is we will send you and Dawn with Elliana to where she needs to go to get what she needs, and then me, Jax, and Verity will stay back and handle if there is a threat. However, it sounds like the likelihood of that happening is pretty small. So I'm going to plan for the things that are likely to actually happen. The biggest one being is getting Elliana where we need to go tomorrow. Getting
Okay, I
her
thought
to
that's-
whoever the person is we got to get to.
Well, right, was
I'm not worrying about the potential of something that might happen when it probably won't.
I don't know. I'm just I just feel like I'm not.
We're not going to lose Elliana.
That's not what I'm worried about.
You just said you were.
That's not my. It obviously is a part of the main concern, right? But now our main concern has now expanded to where
Welcome
we're now.
to being an adult and living life, Luke.
Expound.
Just think of it as a side quest.
We have like 30 of those right now.
Well, we
Verity,
shouldn't
what's
get off
your
the
point?
beaten path. We just need to.
All
I couldn't
right.
keep a straight face.
Oh.
He almost said the name.
He said it.
We'll deal with the Elliana stuff first, and then if my stuff comes up,
Who's to say that your stuff's not going to come up first before hers?
Then we will cross that bridge when we get to it.
yeah.
Yes?
We'll cross that road.
But it's going to set us back time, and we don't
And guess
have
what
that
you
much
have?
time.
Guess what you have? A horse and wings. So you can either choose to carry Elliana to where she needs to go, and you can handle that while we stay back and protect not only her, but you.
Whose horse is that?
Or, that's pretty good. Or, we can just panic and then paralyze ourselves with the potentiality of the 50,000 things that can go wrong. Because what's to say that you don't go to bed and then we get attacked by a mob of 10,000 evil people? That's possible. Is it likely?
Speaking of sleep,
Excuse.
about that time?
So
Is it likely?
when you hold on, pause.
Uh.
When you say a mob of 10,000 people,
that's not how big the tribe is. It's not. She wasn't talking about that.
I was talking about the tribe.
I promise. It's
I
not
was
that
like,
large.
holy fucking shit! Turn around and go back to the cabin.
Me and Jax are gonna
Oh
take
my
out
God.
10,000 people. Don't worry, guys.
Jesus.
I feel like
Well, Elliana, it was nice knowing you. I'm not going to Luwere anymore.
What would they attempt to even?
probably
Try.
take me back.
Mm.
Well, that ain't happening.
We-
Unless you want it to, which I don't think you do. But,
I'm good.
yeah, I figured.
Trust me on that. I'm good.
I'll stab from some people.
But like I said, I'm just putting it out there as so people aren't surprised if it happens, I guess.
Oh, well, thanks, Jax. That really raises my heart rate and blood pressure. So I really do appreciate that. I'm so anxious now because now I'm not even sure what's even going to happen. Because I thought we were on a clear path to getting Elliana where she needs to go and doing this whole mess and then just going about our merry way and moving on.
Verity would like to
I am-
cast Charm Person on Lukiel.
I was going to say,
Excuse me?
and Ira is also proficient with a great axe, and I would like to pick up Dawn's great axe.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
You have to beat a 14.
How does it feel?
Damn. I thought somebody was going to cast Calm Emotions.
I don't have
Same
calm
thing.
emotions, or else I would have. That was my
Same
first
thing,
thought.
Guys, you guys have been having a great conversation. I just wanted to update the audience. Me and Nina have been playing footsie for like 5 minutes, and it's great.
Cute.
I also have to say that me and Verity also play footsie. So
Love that.
That's your modifier.
Do you have advantage against the charm condition?
Yeah, are you immune to charm?
No, he's not. An
Where
elf.
would it say that
No.
on my
It would
my
be in
good
your
old
savings throw
my
box.
sheet here?
It'd be a little green A.
Yeah.
Huh.
So you are now calm. Your blood pressure is lowering, and your stress is kind of non-existent.
So not
I
like
still
me.
went to pick up Dawn's great
It's
axe.
almost as if you got like really sleepy and you like decided to go to bed.
Everything's okay, Lukiel. Everyone's really chill. There's nothing to worry about. We're good, right? I think
You
you're
sleepy?
good. Yeah.
Oh, I guess so. I mean, you know, if you say that we're good, you know, I mean, you know, I guess I could take what you're saying as truth.
I like how you
Guess I could believe you.
mentally prepare for that.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah. It's everything's gonna be great. We're gonna go to Luwere. We're gonna save Elliana.
Eat some good food.
Everything's. Oh yeah, we're gonna have some good food.
she says
You're
while
gonna-
holding a
you're
great
gonna have-
axe in her hand, eat some good
Oh my
food.
gosh, I could really go for some food right now. I'm
You're
kind
gonna
of
have
freaking
such an
starving
amazing
right now.
boys night part.
Does
What
anyone
is that
have
thing
any
with
food
the
on them?
knocking
I'm
out?
really hungry.
They already gives
also,
him a ration.
Is my can someone check my water skin? I'm pretty thirsty right now. Yeah, I don't really know if I feel that great.
Let's go rest, man.
Kind of sleepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can rest.
we
but,
did
but,
our- we
wait,
did our watch.
But wait, I'm just really hungry. Does anyone have like?
Verity gives you a ration. It's like an
No.
orange or something.
Ira gives you a warm blueberry muffin.
Even better.
There it goes.
Yes. Wow.
There
This
it is.
blueberry muffin.
Does he remember this? Like after the charm person's
Yes.
over? Okay.
Yep.
He eats into the blueberry. Wow.
He's gonna wake up and be like, "What?"
Oh my goodness. This is so good. Wow. I wouldn't suppose anybody had any milk on them, do they?
How about this?
Hmm.
Go to sleep and shut the fuck up.
What
Well-
Ira said. To really seal it in.
You know, well, I didn't really think about that or factor that in as an option, but now that you're saying it, kind of sounds pretty nice. I think I'm going to go into the hut and I'm going to go to sleep and I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Love it. Love to
Yeah.
see it.
Oh,
Verity
yeah.
just pats Lukiel's on the back. And
Love
just
the
goes,
suggestion. Yeah, that's great. I can't wait. You know, I'm going to go to sleep, guys, but thank you so much for the muffin. I'm going to see you guys in the morning, and we're going to have such a great day, and we're going to go save Elliana, and it's going to be so fun, and we're all going to be just happy, and just nothing bad's going to happen,
So
and
Jack escorts Lukiel,
And he's
to
still
the
like-
hut, and he's
and
like
nothing
saying it as he's
bad's gonna
walking.
happen, and we're all going to have such a great time in the morning.
Ira
Yeah.
flips the great
And we're
axe
gonna
on
have
its end.
We're gonna have such a good breakfast, and
Ira flips the axe on her end, looks at
Yeah.
Verity. Should I knock him out?
That's up to you.
I can't even
Yes.
imagine what we're gonna have.
So Ira's gonna go ahead and she's gonna
down,
take the
and we're gonna
handle
have
end
some
of the great
lunch,
axe,
Yeah.
and
whack him
Oh
across
my
the back of the head
goodness.
to get him to pass out.
Roll for attack. She's trying to knock you out.
Yeah.
She's gonna strike you in the back of the
What
head.
can I do?
You just
Your
have-
back is turned.
Yeah, your back is turned.
I can't.
That misses. It's a 3 plus. What would that go with? My unarmed strike?
You also can't guide on an attack roll, just as an
Then
FYI.
it's a 2 plus. Is that my unarmed strike that would go with my proficiencies?
I think unarmed strike is the same as an improvised weapon, so I think so. If you're hitting him in the back of the head,
This,
like,
yeah,
with the
so
handle.
it's a 6, so it probably misses.
Do you miss, or does your conscience kick in and you're like, never mind?
And then
No, she goes.
so
She goes for it.
Jax sees you miss, and he
Oh wow, Jax, what's going on? What is all? What,
and
What a weird breeze.
what is this? Wow.
he with a 24 to hit, just like
Oh wow.
does one of those like
What's
it's
going
like
on? What are you
the
doing?
monk move where it like
Uh-huh.
hits the third eye.
Yeah.
in
What's
the
what?
forehead,
Oh,
and
what?
you-
What are you doing?
You pass
Look at
right
the
out.
bunnies.
I'm like-
Just look at the bunnies, George.
And then Ira puts the great axe back where she got it from Dawn.
It's like one of those like kung fu moves where it's like you think it's gonna hurt because he's gonna like it does it so fast, but it like
Yeah.
and it like it's a chakra point and it like knocks him out
Technically ends the charmed condition.
because he gets knocked. Yeah.
Dang.
But
Nobody
he is
wake me up.
now asleep. So who is gonna take the next watch?
I guess Ira and Verity.
That
Okay.
was
Well, the thing
insane.
is
was
that
just-
that leaves 2 hours unguarded because they were only 2 hours.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, y'all fucked up big time.
So you can go
Charm
back
me.
to sleep, and then Ira can do the 4 hours, and then somebody
Yeah.
can do 2 hours after that, and then that's it. But or you can do the 2 hours. Ira can go back to meditating, and then come back and do the 4
Yeah.
hour watch. It's up to you guys.
Or somebody can
I don't
be
care.
exhausted.
That's true.
How long
Not
have we
an
been
option.
talking?
This is like that 2 hour chunk.
A
For-
whole 2 hours? That was
No, you guys
okay.
came in at the end.
Damn.
I'm just saying that like Jackson.
Yeah, her
and
question
Luke
is
Neal-
how long was that interaction?
like like the same. I guess the same in real time.
Like 10 minutes.
What if Verity stayed up for like an hour?
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. So roll for perception.
Both of us?
Yeah.
So staying up together?
Mm-hmm. Dawn will have to wake up for the other watch for the other 2 hours, but that's
Girls'
the other thing.
night.
13.
Damn.
23?
Okay. No, nothing really happens in that hour that Verity's awake.
So that was fucking nuts.
Yeah. Lukeel's going to be pissed when he wakes up.
I don't really care. I don't know why he lost his mind. I understand the concern, but it's also like, I don't. Because it's like, we've killed other people, and I really don't like Jax's family, and he's okay with the fact that I don't like his family. So, it's not like they're like good people.
Yeah. I'm good with killing some people.
Could be a good way to blow off some steam after all this with Elliana. All the stress.
Absolutely.
Just take some heads. It'd be fun.
little stabby stab. And she like makes the motion to stab.
How has your head been?
Quiet, thankfully. Well, yeah. It's been quiet.
Okay.
Which is very nice considering everything.
Well,
Did you have a question for me? I can't. The last couple days have been a little blurry.
after all that, I don't know.
Fair enough.
Okay. So Verity goes back to sleep. You finish your 4-hour watch,
Mhm.
and then Dawn subsequently awakens for the final 2 hours. Gets that little morning shift in like she did last time. Go ahead and roll for perception for that last 2 hours.
$11.
11. In your watch, nothing really happens. You get to see the sunrise once more, just kind of cathartic in the sense of everything with the swamps and the same kind of passing of the coffee in the morning with Jax and everything as everybody kind of gears up to ride into Luwere.
Oh, yeah?
Lukeil wakes up as well and is given the coffee.
No. You know what happens? So, who is the first one to leave the tiny hut in the morning?
Technically, Dawn.
Yeah, well, she gets up for her watch for like the
Yeah.
2 hours, and then
Right.
in,
And then who else is funneling out?
it would be probably Ira, then Verity,
Well, I'm
And-
sleeping outside.
Oh, yeah, so then it'd be
Oh,
Ira and
yeah.
Jax.
Yeah.
And then as soon as Jax walks out, Lukeel's been acting like he was still asleep the whole time. Everyone was shuffling out of the hut, and he's been laying there. He's been thinking quite a bit. And as soon as everyone walks out, he goes, "Nobody thought that I would remember, huh?
No, we did.
Nobody thought that I was gonna know.
Charm only lasts an hour, honey.
Oh, wow, doesn't it, though?" And Lukeel, very quickly, you can hear, like, you can audibly hear him, like very angrily shuffling through, like, getting out of, like, his, like, bedroll.
Tossing stuff
From-
around.
yeah.
Like, yeah.
To clarify, you said you were like up thinking.
Well, no, he just like feigned sleep for like 10, 15 minutes as people were waking up.
Like, my eyes would,
Okay.
my eyes open, and I was, like, awake, and I was like,
Not enough.
It'd be
to
really funny
keep
is if
our
I
exhaustion.
acted like I was still asleep and let everyone leave the room first before I,
Yeah.
made my, it's like, oh, I'll just let everyone, funnel out and
Very-
think everything's fine. And then I'd say that the moment that he leaves the hut and he, like, opens the fucking, like,
the flaps.
the flaps and walks out, the hut just disappears, like, in an instant.
And as he's walking out, Verity disguises herself as Lukeel and just stares at him, eating her breakfast with a grin on her face.
Well, hi, me. Isn't that funny? I wonder why you did that, huh? Because you couldn't look at me with your own face and your own eyes. You think I wouldn't know that you were going to charm me? Or that I was going to find out that you charmed me?
I mean, I'm so good at doing charm person. Like, trying to imitate him.
Okay. So it's a competition of who can charm who better. What is your issue? What is your
Just
why is this a game?
I'm
We're
so
trying
confused.
to save our friend.
Which is all the more reason we need to go.
Oh, well, hold your horses here, sir.
You're holding her horse.
Good. Just like that.
Why don't you charm your way out of this?
Hey, so we can yell at each other on horses, but for real though, we gotta go. If your priority truly is to save Elliana, we need to go.
And you need to stop instigating.
Verity drops his disguise and gets on the horse.
So let me get this straight, right? Okay.
You better be getting on the horse.
So no.
Like making his way over to the
So
horse.
so let me get this straight, right? So the only implication that is like incriminating when it comes to charming somebody is only when other people are doing it and it's not me.
Yeah, we can have this conversation while we're writing.
Interesting. I'll take note of that. That's great. Cool. Glad that I can be the zoo exhibit of the party and be the example. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this, but I'm gonna hold off on having the rest of this conversation here until we're fully through with what we gotta do. Because you're right, we do need to save our friend, but this ain't over.
Dawn starts writing. Point blank. She's like,
Starts booking it.
yeah, she's gone.
And Ira's right there with her.
And
I would think, just for just posterity's sake, that Stella and Alyer would be back in the box.
yeah.
And they would have, yeah.
I will say too, before Verity
Did her message ever get back?
before Verity fully takes off, she does look over at Lukeel and say, honestly, I did mean when I said that you are probably the most charming person or charismatic person in the group. I didn't think that was going to work.
So then why did you charm me when
Because you were stressed out. And honestly, I
what-
don't think it was anything to be malicious. I think she was just trying to let you not be worried with everything that I told you. That's all.
honestly,
I
out
don't know.
of every...
There's a lot of feelings going through my head about all of this, about just feeling like I couldn't trust my own best friend, and I'm like, man, he couldn't have told me this sooner. Could have told the truth before we even got into all this. Now this is weighing on my conscience. Now we got to save our other friend, and this is a whole thing that's been added to this. Like, yeah, let's. I don't know. We'll.
Besides Elliana, you are probably one of the most, if not the most passionate person here.
Yeah.
And that is something to strive for. Don't you ever forget that, Mukio.
It's just when you can recognize that you, like, have, you know, the people around you that you've, like, when you've started to really understand and realize that, like, you know, these people are, you know, you're like, these friends are your found family, and they're you know, when you find out one of them's keeping secrets that could really make a big difference, it's like, whoa, like, I don't know why that was ever a secret, but, like, I guess I know now, so that's cool. But yeah, there's not much we can do about it right now, so we just got to go. So let's get to going. We will resume that after we're yeah, I don't know. It's not in great spirits. So,
well, as you ride away from where you had made camp, and you are maybe riding for a couple hours before you see the town of Luwere and the gates that kind of bring people into the city. There's a lot of elegant kind of banners that are hanging from this gate that's kind of like stone wall. It's like walled off kind of town amidst these trees. There are two guards kind of standing at the gate, kind of wearing cloaks that are kind of like draped over their shoulders a little bit. It has like, it's like depicting some sort of like amalgamation of symbols kind of all into one. A lot of them look like kind of like religious symbols in a way that are kind of mixed into this one symbol. And you approach the entrance, and the guards are welcoming. They say like, "Hello, like what brings you guys to Luwere? What can I do for you? What can we?
Is Dawn still in front?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you would have gotten there first, essentially.
Yeah.
Great. You're like right behind me though.
Mm-hmm.
are we still like trailing behind since we were like
a little bit? Yeah,
I don't think
but not by
Dawn-
much.
I don't think Dawn knows Elliana's sister's name.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is Ira there yet?
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Ira, do you know Elliana's sister's name? Or her surname?
Allie knows. Does Ira know? With a 12.
It's Lillian.
We gotta stop giving characters names that I cannot say with my stutter, guys.
Well, I mean, we're just as long we kind of just have to ask what people's purpose coming into the town is.
Our friend that she's holding, we need to talk to someone about.
Oh, she doesn't look so good.
She doesn't. The Fae.
Oh, you know.
Registered by oh god.
Oh, wow, she doesn't look that great. Huh?
The Fae crossroads that are nearby. If there's
the what?
If there's like a healer or something here.
There's a lot of healers in this town. It's
Are there any from the Feywild at all that we could talk to?
none of that sorts. You're
Are there any Eladrin healers?
Not that I recollect. A lot of clerics here.
Is there a
Luwere's
cleric
known-
here for Flossidus?
No, I don't. Look, we just need to make sure people aren't coming in here to cause like chaos and stuff. You can figure out what you need once you get in there and ask around, but we don't. The guards of Luwere don't really. welcome all religions and things like that. That's kind of what this town is. This is kind of hub for clerics and different worships and things alike. You know, we just need to make sure that people don't come in here trying to cause any chaos or harm the balance that we got here. You know, and then, so it's
That
long as
is-
you're not doing any of that. Yeah,
Not the
we're
plan.
Good.
We are trying to find balance for ourselves and our friend here. We are completely harmless.
Okay.
Are you religious by chance?
Kind of. Yeah, a lot of people here are. You know,
Okay.
that's
Well,
kind of what this town is.
if you ever researching other gods, give Flossidus a look. She's rather interesting.
Okay, that's cool.
It's like
yeah.
Ira's pathetic attempt at like spreading Flossidus. She doesn't know how to.
Oh wow,
She's not an
that's
evangelist.
so yeah,
Uh,
that's so smart.
Check her out. She's cool.
Yeah,
She's got cool merch.
You heard about Jesus?
Don't run from the Lord.
The Lord.
I mean, you know, you guys can head on in, I guess.
We have a few friends coming behind us.
They've caught up to you by now.
Oh, okay, good.
So you guys are all together, yeah.
Hokey pokey.
Lucio is straight face, and he is not saying a fucking word.
So you are granted entrance into this town. You see that this is it's nestled along the edge of like kind of a vast, like kind of next again along the coast, because you guys have kind of reached that point of the continent. There's the town appears to be a little bit more than just like a scattering of stilted buildings. They're rising like pretty high above like the swamps. They're kind of raised up, but kind of similar to a lot of the places you've seen. But once you get inside the walls, you see that it's like a kind of sprawling sanctuary of like interconnected bridges, towering structures, tiered wooden platforms that kind of has like this really unique design. That's kind of seamlessly blending with like the natural environment of the area. Everywhere you look, there's like different, like it seems like temples, churches, different things that are kind of worshiping different celestials, deities, and different like spirits. That it just seems like they all are kind of coexisting in this town within like in kind of harmony. There's a lot of people that seem very in good spirits. There's a lot of different, as you're passing by different places, you're seeing different like people chanting different things inside, or hearing like, you know, like open doors of people like worshiping different things. You're passing by you're going past a kind of sprawling marketplace of like shrines and temples known as the Radiant Concourse. A towering multi-level temple that's kind of built around a mangrove tree that's kind of growing out of the center of it, known as the Mangrove Sanctum.
Why
There's
does that
a
sound familiar to my brain?
Sanctum. Sounds like
Sanctum
Sanctum Sanctorum.
The Mossy Steps, which is like a large, like kind of garden. It's like a market. It's kind of like this temple that kind of leads down, almost like it's like an underwater temple kind of thing. You pass by a tavern and inn known as the Gilded Oar. There's like a library known as the Whispering Archives. A massive stone kind of amphitheater that's kind of like for different performances and things. It doesn't look like it's in use right now.
Damn it.
There is a like another sanctuary that's like it's very much like a healing place of healing. It's called the Mender's Sanctuary. You pass by a small kind of like chapel. It's kind of nestled kind of towards like the center of Luwere. Known as the Pilgrim's Cross. And as you pass by, you see a kind of like a memoriam outside, kind of like on the steps, kind of like flowers and like a picture. And it says, "To our beloved son, Silas."
Does Ira recognize? Because it's like,
give me a history check.
And this is gonna be the one I'm gonna roll shit on, guys.
There's no way she doesn't know this.
Yeah, I don't.
It's been a minute.
I don't. It's a 14. It's a 14. She doesn't.
14's
His DC's to understand things is like 37.
No.
Did you add guidance?
Huh?
It takes you a second because it's been a minute, but you recognize the picture as Silas, who was one of Yoon's personas, and that
she stops her horse.
okay.
Oh boy.
She's gonna take a second. She's not gonna say anything
Yeah.
to anybody, especially not Jax. And she's gonna dismount and go over and prestidigitation a pink rose
Okay.
and a blueberry muffin.
Okay.
And put them both down. And she's going to just take a second, knelt, to, like, fully understand not only, like, what really happened in, Ormar City whenever they lost Yoon, but internally, like fully acknowledge the completeness of her own loss.
Okay.
And she's gonna have to like pull herself like away. Like just kinda like the Elliana in the back of her mind. Like I have a higher priority right now. I need to go.
Yeah.
And that's gonna like pull her away. Otherwise she would probably spend some time.
Right. So you get back on your horse and kind of continue to look around.
For contextual purposes, do we want to describe?
Nope.
Okay.
We will get there.
Oh, boy.
You also pass by like the altar of lost voices. It's like a very beautiful temple built on like a small island amidst some of the swamp. And you guys are like looking around. You're kind of like trying to see anything that stands out that would be kind of what you need or what you're looking for. Elliana didn't really give you a description of what her sister and family look like, so you really don't know what you're looking for with that either. You come to the edge of town and you see a large it looks kind of like a tower with like an observatory almost. Their sign on the outside says the Veilbound Observatory. The exterior is kind of like a structure that's kind of almost seems like it's suspended between realities. Like it's a building, its foundation consists of like smooth dark stone that's laced with like veins of like shimmering silver. It said the walls kind of they're very like ripple like glass at times. It's like shiny. It has some like unseen, like you can kind of see every once in a while you see some like faint constellations like kind of as the daylight hits it. There's a large like domed roof at the top that has like some iridescent minerals that kind of shift in colors depending on your perspective. There's some floating orbs of dim violet light that kind of hover around the entrance. There's like a grand circular kind of archway that frames the entrance. It's like engraved with constellations and shifting kind of celestial symbols. And you as a group get the sense that this like with the stars and everything that's something that you would need to like investigate and kind of look into. You dismount the horses and you kind of go inside. Upon entering, you see like the floors of black marble and kind of embedded with like veins of luminous white stone, kind of very much mirroring the stars in the sky as it kind of shines. The walls are lined with curved shelves containing ancient tomes, scrolls, star maps. There's a lot of iridescent banners that are kind of floating in midair, slowly shifting between depictions of celestial bodies, planular rifts, and visions of like far-off realms. The massive central chamber is like the heart of this observatory. Its ceilings like kind of very vast dome that reflects the ever-changing astral sea rather than the sky, like that's actually above Luwere. It almost seems like nighttime the moment you enter inside this like building. It has an elaborate array of like suspended brass rings that are slowly spinning around like this central pillar of like shimmering ever like shifting mist. They kind of shift into like almost like this pattern every once in a while. The edges of the observatory, there's some small alcoves, floating crystal prisms that are kind of humming, kind of like you can hear that noise as you kind of enter this room. And you see there's like a room that has like a small sign that looks like something having to do with like astral projection. And a man comes out, like from one of the rooms as you guys enter, kind of like hearing the commotion. And he's this enigmatic figure, pale skin, hair is like this unusual shade of like deep silver, kind of tousled. His eyes are like this like shade of deep indigo. He wears these flowing robes of like dark blue interwoven with like silver threads. The pattern on him almost like kind of pulses like iridescently as it like flows. Shifting into like the constellations and stuff as it kind of shimmers through the robes. He says, hello, welcome to the Veilbound Observatory. How can I help you? My name is Zephyrum Nivalis. I am the scholar and the kind of patron of these hallowed halls. What can I do for you?
Do you know a goddess named Velocida?
Placidus.
I mean, that name hasn't been heard in a long time, but yes.
We have it on very good authority by the friend of ours, currently right there. She's looking at Elliana. That
And he like notices like, oh my.
not only she, but the goddess Placidus are both in trouble. And it's likely because of Thanatora.
Oh, interesting. That I wouldn't think that those two would be within the same domain, but
They probably currently most definitely are.
I see.
It seems that from what we've been told by our friend when she's conscious, that Thanatora was behaving as like impersonating a version of Placidus.
Oh. All very interesting. What is your friend all right?
That's why we're here. We need to get her out of whatever this comatose state is. All we know is she doesn't have much time, and then Ira like shuffles to get the box to kind of let Stella out to see if like he has speak with animals or if she is willing to like transform to communicate with him to give her the information she's given us.
Well, you know, it's celestial in that she's kind of in between life and death. She's not one nor the other.
She's an Eladrin elf, if that helps at all.
Unfortunately, it does not make any bearing, but it's interesting what you said, that she's caught between the realm of life and death.
Yes.
Interesting. What are you looking to have me help you with? Are you trying to...
We've done everything that we know how to do. Like, everything.
Give me a moment. And he kind of like, he pulls out like kind of like this monocle and he puts it on. And he says, and it shimmers in this like yellowish white kind of like illumination as he's like kind of looking through it, and he's like examining over Elliana's body. Typically those that are not within their physical form have this thread of silver light that kind of connects itself to the soul that kind of wanders. And I see that your friend has one that's, and he kind of like looks off like into the distance, and it seems to be very faint, if I'm not mistaken. But it doesn't seem that they're anywhere near here.
What do you mean faint?
It's usually not as dim as it is. The color that it's usually a lot brighter, more vibrant. The connection usually is stronger, and it kind of indicates the vibrancy of the color. Like I said, it's a silver kind of trail.
Does faintness have a tie to her well-being?
I don't know. But it could mean that she's not anywhere close. But there is something that I guess we could try. I can't bring her back, but you all might.
Oh, how?
It's risky. I can't deny on that, but there is sort of an advanced ritual that is for astral projection. Essentially, to guide you into this kind of trance that allows you to kind of planular travel outside of your physical bodies. It's no guarantee that you'll be able to locate your friend, but if she is caught amidst a world between worlds, as you say,
it's better than what we have currently.
If you're willing to take the chance,
I'm down for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Come this way, and he kind of escorts you to this, separate room. You see as you're kind of heading to this kind of part of the room, there is there's like different like kind of pictures of mystics and different things like kind of on the wall and different like they're kind of almost like depictions of what different planes of existence would look like and things like that. As he brings you to this room, there is this like kind of it's similar to like the beam of like misty light that was kind of with the brass rings, but in this room it's kind of like smaller and almost kind of like interconnected to like a chandelier that's in the ceiling. And there's like almost like different like kind of like almost like lounge chairs kind of like positioned in a circle. It says to make sure that the bodies aren't like no damage comes or harm, we typically don't just like have you standing up and initiate this, because then the body just kind of falls and it could damage your and bruises and things that we've noticed. So we've placed these kind of pseudo beds to have you lie down as we initiate the ritual. Please make yourself comfortable and give me a moment. And he kind of like exits the room.
Ira lets Stella out, make sure all Ira is safe, locks box, kind of like hides it in a way. And then asks Jax because she doesn't want to use a spell slot, if he can ask Stella if she is willing to transform for this to go get Elliana.
And he kind of twists the ring on his finger to kind of initiate this like kind of glowing symbols and says, all right, we're going to need you to probably transform to do this, but there's a way that you can come with us. But you're going to have to change to do that. And Stella kind of like nods, and you see it kind of like she turns into like the woman form.
And she's, remind me, is she clothed or not?
She has Verity's robe.
She has Verity's robe that kind of dissipates and kind of comes back.
Okay, because I was going to give her Ira's cloak.
Yeah,
if
she's got the robe still that kind of disappears and reappears magically.
Nice.
Okay.
So as you all kind of get comfortable in the beds and lay down, Zephyrin comes back with like a couple of other of like monks that like essentially, or they look like monks. They're very like kind of the same, almost like denomination as he is, And he says, all right, lie back, and we're going to begin the ritual. And over the course of a few, like, they chant for a little while, kind of initiating this, and you feel your soul's kind of being pulled, like, from the, like, almost like the center of, like, your center of gravity is, like, changing, almost like you're feeling this, like, weightlessness, like feather, like almost like butterflies in your stomach, but it's like you're kind of leaving, and for a moment you kind of are floating above your body, and you see yourself like falling into this like sleep as you like drift off into the air, and you kind of like the chants that you're hearing in this room are like slowly kind of like fading as all of you are kind of like go almost like off into like, feels like you're going off into like the sky, and you're following this like kind of like gust of wind, and your sight is of the world around you, but it slowly kind of fades into this like hot, like large, like white brightness. And then as the white brightness fades, you see you're in this like pitch black, like void. And as you kind of like can touch your feet down, the ground feels wet but solid, and there is a misty fog kind of around you. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Oh my gosh.
Welcome.
To my nightmare.
Dude, my hands were starting to like freaking sweat right there.
And just before we end, Verity hears in her mind,
I was so nervous that you were going to say something.
clearer than a whisper,
Mm.
Oh no.
she hears, looks like you're in my world now.
We fucking called it! We called it!
And again, this is where we are going to end for the evening.
Wait, why am I excited? I shouldn't be excited about this.
Yeah.
We did not
Kill him.
ask enough questions before we started this.
I know,
just
y'all
realized.
didn't make any
We
inside
literally
checks on
said,
that
"Oh,
priest."
great,
You're like,
yeah, just knock us out."
Thank you so much for watching here at Off the Beaten Quest. Please, again, like and subscribe all of our social medias so you can never miss an episode. You're not going to want to miss what comes next.
Yeah,
Shout outs to Pocket Bard. Shout outs to all these people at this table. And again, we will see you in the next episode.
Bye.
Bye.